Dedication and Preface of South African Memories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell in Betty's Bay, South Africa, in November 2011. South African Memories, Social, Warlike and Sporting. From diaries written at the time by Lady Sarah Wilson. Dedication. To the memory of my beloved sister Georgiana, Countess Howe, to whose efforts and unceasing labours in connection with the yeomanry hospitals during the war in South Africa, the early breakdown of her health and subsequent death were undoubtedly due. This book, containing recollections of that great and mysterious land, the grave of so many brave Englishmen, is affectionately dedicated. Preface. Everything of interest that has happened to me in life chances to have been in connection with South Africa. In that land, where some of my happiest days have been spent, I have also experienced long periods of intense excitement and anxiety. There I have made acquaintance with all the charm of the veldt, in the vast country north of the great Zambezi River, hearing the roar of the lions at night, and following their spoor by day. And last, but not least, I have there made some very good friends. Only a few years ago, when peacefully spending a few weeks at Aswan in Egypt, I was nearly drowned by the capsizing of a boat in the Nile. Again, the spirit of the vast continent, on this occasion far away to the north, seemed to watch over me. For all these reasons I venture to claim the indulgence of the public and the kindness of my friends, for these recollection of days in South Africa, in which shade and sunshine have been strangely mingled, and which to me have never been dull. To sum up, I have always found that life is what you make it, and have often proved the truth of the saying, adventures to the adventurous. I am indebted to Colonel Vivian for statistics respecting the Mafeking Relief Fund, and to Miss A. Fielding, secretary to the late Countess Howe, for a resume of the work of the Yeomanry Hospital during the Boer War. S.I.W. The Stud House, Hampton Court, September 1909. End of dedication and preface. Chapter 1 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 1. First Voyage to South Africa, Cape Town. Quote, "Oh, that mine adversary had written a book." Unquote. Job 31:35. The above words, written by one of the greatest philosophers of olden time, have often impressed me, and I frequently quoted them when asked why I did not write an account of the interesting travels and adventures I have had in my life. It has therefore required a great deal of courage to take up my pen and record a few recollections of South Africa. I felt that, were they ever to be written at all, it must be before the rapidly passing years diminished the interest in that land, which in the past has been the object of such engrossing attention, and that at the present time, when the impending Federation of South Africa has at length crowned the hopes of those patriots who have laboured patiently and hopefully to bring about this great result, it might be appropriate to recall those days when Englishmen who had made South Africa their home had much to contend with, even before the fierce struggle to keep the flag flying in the years of 1899 to 1902. During that period, which commenced after the disaster at Majuba Hill, equal rights were a golden dream which only the most optimistic ever hoped to see realized. From then onwards, as old colonists have so often told me, the Boers brought up the younger generation in the belief that the Rooinek was a coward, and in consequence their arrogance in the country districts became well nigh intolerable, while at the Cape the Bond party grew so strong it bid fair to elbow out the English altogether. Now, while the country is still young, the fair prospect opens out of Briton and Boer living in amity and peace together, and mutually supplying, in the government of their vast inheritance, such elements as are wanting in the character of each. My first visit to South Africa was a short one, and took place at the end of 1895. During the foregoing summer, everyone's attention had been directed to the Transvaal, and more especially towards the Rand, by reason of the unprecedented and, as it turned out, totally unwarranted rise in the gold mining shares of that district. In this boom, people both at home and in Johannesburg madly gambled, and large fortunes were quickly made by those who had foresight enough not to hold on too long. For already the political horizon was darkening, and the wrongs of the Uitlanders, real and apparent as they were, became a parrot cry, which waxed and waned, but never died away, till the ultimatum of President Kruger in October 1899 brought matters to a climax. We sailed from Southampton in December 1895 in the Tantallon Castle, then one of the most modern and up-to-date of the castle liners. The ship was crowded to its utmost capacity, and among the passengers, as I afterwards learned, were many deeply concerned in the plotting which was known to be going on at Johannesburg, either to extort concessions from President Kruger, or, failing this, to remove him altogether. I knew very little about all this then, but before I had been many days on board it was not difficult to discover that much mystery filled the air, and I was greatly excited at arriving in South Africa in such stirring times. There is no such place for getting to know people well as on a sea voyage of 18 days. Somehow the sea inspires confidence, and one knows that information imparted cannot, anyway, be posted off by the same day's mail. So those who were helping to pull the strings of this ill-fated rebellion talked pretty freely of their hopes and fears during the long, dark, tropical evenings. I became familiar with their grievances, their unfair taxation, no education for their children except in Dutch, no representation in Parliament, and this in a population in which, at that time, the English and Afrikaners at Johannesburg, and in the surrounding districts, outnumbered the Dutch in the proportion of about 6 to 1. They laid stress on the fact that neither the Boers nor their children were, or desired to become, miners, and, further, that for the enormous sums spent on developing and working the mines no proper security existed. I must admit it was the fiery-headed followers who talked the loudest, those who had nothing to lose and much to gain. The financiers, while directing and encouraging their zeal, seemed almost with the same hand to wish to put on the brake and damp their martial ardour. In any case, all were so eloquent that by the time our voyage was ended, I felt as great a rebel against Oom Paul and his government as any one of them. Before leaving the Tantallon Castle, however, I must pass in review some of those whose home it had been with ourselves for the best part of 3 weeks. First, I remember the late Mr. Alfred Beit, interesting as the man who had made the most colossal fortune of all the South African magnates, and who was then already said to be the most generous of philanthropists and the kindest of friends. This reputation he fully sustained in the subsequent years of his life, and in the generous disposition of his vast wealth. I have often been told that Mr. Cecil Rhodes owed the inspiration of some of his colossal ideas to his friend Mr. Beit, and when it came to financing the same, the latter was always ready to assist in carrying out projects to extend and consolidate the empire. In these latter years, and since his comparatively early death, I have heard those who still bear the brunt of the battle lament his loss, and remark, when a railway was to be built, or a new part of the country opened up, how much more expeditiously it would be done were Mr. Beit still alive. Other names that occur to me are Mr. A. Bailey, well known in racing circles today, and then reputed a millionaire, the foundation of whose fortune consisted in a £10 note borrowed from a friend. Mr. Wools Sampson, who subsequently so greatly distinguished himself at Ladysmith, where he was dangerously wounded, had an individuality all his own. He had seen every side of life as a soldier of fortune attached to different regiments during all the fighting in South Africa of the preceding years. He was then a mining expert, associated with Mr. Bailey in Lydenburg, but his heart evidently lay in fighting and in pursuing the different kinds of wild animals that make their home on the African veldt. Dr. Rutherford Harris, then the Secretary of the Chartered Company, Mr. Henry Milner, an old friend, Mr. Geoffrey Glynn, and Mr. F. Guest are others whom I specially remember, besides many more, some of whom have joined the vast majority, and others whom I have altogether lost sight of, but who helped to make the voyage a very pleasant one. We landed at Cape Town shortly before Christmas Day. As I have since learnt by the experience of many voyages, it is nearly always at dawn that a liner is brought alongside the quay at the conclusion of a long voyage. In consequence, sleep is almost out of the question the last night at sea, owing to the noisy manipulations of the mail bags and luggage. However, one is always so glad to get on shore that it is of very little import, and on this occasion we were all anxious to glean the latest news after being cut off from the world for so many days. The papers contained gloomy accounts of the markets. King Slump still held his sway, and things abroad looked very unsettled. So most of our friends appeared, when we met later, with very long faces. After breakfast, leaving our luggage to the tender mercies of some officious agent who professed to see it through the customs, we took a hansom and drove to the Grand Hotel, en route to the hotel in the suburb of Newlands, where we had taken rooms. My first impressions of Cape Town certainly were not prepossessing, and well I remember them, even after all these years. The dust was blowing in clouds, stirred up by the southeaster one hears so much about, an icy blast which appears to come straight from the South Pole, and which often makes its appearance in the height of summer, which season it then was. The hansom, of the oldest fashioned type, shook and jolted beyond belief, and threatened every moment to fall to pieces. The streets from the docks to the town were unfinished, untidy, and vilely paved, and I remember comparing them very unfavourably with Melbourne or Sydney. However, I soon modified my somewhat hasty judgment. We had seen the town's worst aspects, and later I noticed some attractive-looking shops, the imposing Houses of Parliament and their enclosed grounds standing out sharply defined against the hazy background of Table Mountain, and the Standard Bank and railway station, which would hold their own in any city. At the same time, as a place of residence in the summer months, I can well understand Cape Town being well nigh deserted. Those who can boast of even the most moderate means have their residences in the attractive suburbs of Rondebosch, Newlands, or Wynberg, and innumerable are the pretty little villas and gardens one sees in these vicinities. There the country is beautifully wooded, thick, arching avenues of oak extending for miles, interspersed with tracts of Scotch firs and pines, the latter exuding a delicious perfume under the sun's powerful rays. Everywhere green foliage and abundant vegetation, which, combined with the setting of the bluest sky that can be imagined, make the drives round Cape Town some of the most beautiful in the world. At Newlands, the Governor's summer residence, a pretty but unpretentious abode, Sir Hercules and Lady Robinson then dispensed generous hospitality, only regretting their house was too small to accommodate visitors, besides their married daughters. We stayed at the Vineyard Hotel in the immediate neighbourhood, a funny, old-fashioned hostelry, standing in its own grounds, and not in the least like an hotel as we understand the word. There whole families seemed to reside for months, and very comfortable it was, if somewhat primitive, appearing to keep itself far apart from the rush of modern improvements, and allowing the world to go by it unheeded. Only half a mile away at Rondebosch was situated then, as now, on the lower slopes of Table Mountain, the princely domain of the late Mr. Cecil Rhodes. At the moment of which I write, the house itself was only approaching completion, and I must now record a few particulars of our introduction to this great Englishman and his world-famed home. We drove to Rhodes, or Great Barn, one afternoon with Mr. Beit. The house is approached by a long avenue of enormously high Scotch firs, which almost meet aloft, and remind one of the nave of some mighty cathedral, such is the subdued effect produced by the sunlight, even on the brightest summer day. A slight rise in the road, a serpentine sweep, and the house itself comes into view, white, low, and rambling, with many gables and a thatched roof. The right wing was then hidden by scaffolding, and workmen were also busy putting in a new front door, of which more anon, for a tall, burly gentleman in a homely costume of flannels and a slouch hat emerged from the unfurnished room, where he would seem to have been directing the workmen, and we were introduced to Cecil John Rhodes, the Prime Minister of Cape Colony. I looked at the man, of whom I had heard so much, with a great deal of curiosity. Shy and diffident with strangers, his manner even somewhat abrupt, one could not fail to be impressed with the expression of power, resolution, and kindness on the rugged countenance, and with the keen, piercing glance of the blue eyes, which seemed to read one through in an instant. He greeted us, as he did every newcomer, most warmly, and under his guidance we passed into the completed portion of the house, the rooms of which were not only most comfortable, but also perfect in every detail as regards the model he wished to copy, viz., a Dutch house of 200 years ago, even down to the massive door aforementioned, which he had just purchased for £200 from a colonial family mansion, and which seemed to afford him immense pleasure. As a first fleeting memory of the interior of Rhodes, I call to mind Dutch armoires, all incontestably old and of lovely designs, Dutch chests, inlaid high-backed chairs, costly Oriental rugs, and everywhere teak panelling, the whole producing a vision of perfect taste and old-world repose. It was then Mr. Rhodes's intention to have no electric light, or even lamps, and burn nothing but tallow candles, so as to keep up the illusion of antiquity, but whether he would have adhered to this determination it is impossible to say, as the house we saw was burnt to the ground later on, and is now rebuilt on exactly the same lines, but with electric light, every modern comfort, and lovely old red tiles to replace the quaint thatched roof. Passing through the rooms, we came to the wide veranda, or stoep, on the other or eastern side. This ran the whole length of the edifice, and was used as a delightful lounge, being provided with luxurious settees and armchairs. From here Mr. Rhodes pointed out the view he loved so well, and which comes vividly to my mind today. In front 3 terraces rise immediately beyond the gravel courtyard, which is enclosed on 3 sides by the stoep. These, bright with flowers, lead to a great grass plateau, on which some more splendid specimens of Scotch firs rear their lofty heads, while behind, covered with trees and vegetation, its brilliant green veiled by misty heat, Table Mountain forms a glorious background, in striking contrast to the cobalt of the heavens. To the right of the terraces is a glade, entirely covered with vivid blue hydrangeas in full bloom, giving the appearance of a tract of azure ground. Lower down the hillside, in little valleys, amidst oak and other English forest trees, a carpet is formed of cannas of many hues, interspersed with masses of gleaming white arum lilies, which grow here wild in very great profusion. Our time was too short on this occasion to see any portion of Mr. Rhodes's estate or the animals, antelope of many kinds, wildebeestes, elands, and zebras, which roamed through his woods. We lunched with him 2 days later on Christmas Eve, and then the weather was so hot that we only lazily enjoyed the shade and breezes on the stoep. Well do I remember on that occasion how preoccupied was our host, and how incessantly the talk turned to Johannesburg and the raging discontent there. In truth, Mr. Rhodes's position was then a very difficult one. He was Prime Minister of Cape Colony, and therefore officially neutral, but in his heart he remained the keen champion of the oppressed Uitlanders, having nominated his brother, Frank Rhodes, to be one of the leaders of the Reform Committee at Johannesburg. No wonder he was graver than was his wont, with many complications overshadowing him, as one afterwards so fully realized. His kindness as a host, however, suffered no diminution, and I remember how warmly he pressed us to stay with him when we returned from the north, though he did add, "My plans are a little unsettled." This suggested visit, however, was never paid. Mr. Rhodes a few weeks afterwards was starting for England, to, as he termed it, face the music. I shall have occasion to describe him in his home and the life at Rhodes more fully later on, when I passed many happy and never to be forgotten weeks beneath his hospitable roof. As years went on, his kindness to both friends and political foes grew almost proverbial, but even in 1895 Rhodes, barely finished, was already known to be one of the pleasantest places near Cape Town, a meeting place for all the men of the colony, either on their way to or from England, or on the occasion of their flying visits to the capital. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 2. Kimberly and the Jameson Raid. Ex Africa semper aliquid novi. In the last week of the old year we started on our journey to Kimberly, then a matter of 36 hours. The whole of one day we dawdled over the Great Karoo, in pelting rain and mist, which reminded one of Scotland. This sandy desert was at that season covered with brown scrub, for it was yet too early for the rains to have made it green, and the only signs of life were a few ostriches, wild white goats, and, very rarely, a wagon piled with wood, drawn along the sandy road by 10 or 12 donkeys. As to vegetation, there were huge clumps of mimosa bushes, just shedding their yellow blossoms, through which the branches showed up with their long white thorns, giving them a weird and withered appearance. It must indeed have required great courage on behalf of the old Voortrekker Boers, when they and their families left Cape Colony, at the time of the Great Trek, in long lines of white-tented wagons, to have penetrated through that dreary waste in search of the promised land, of green veldt and running streams, which they had heard of, as lying away to the north, and eventually found in the Transvaal. I have been told that President Kruger was on this historical trek, a voorloper, or little boy who guides the leading oxen. Round Kimberley the country presented a very different appearance, and here we saw the real veldt covered with short grass, just beginning to get burnt up by the summer's heat. Our host, Mr. J.B. Curry, a name well known in Diamondfield circles, met us at the station. This is a good old South African custom, and always seems to me to be the acme of welcoming hospitality, and the climax to the kindness of inviting people to stay merely on the recommendation of friends, quite a common occurrence in the colonies, and one which, I think, is never sufficiently appreciated, the entertainers themselves thinking it so natural a proceeding. Kimberley itself and the diamond industry have both been so often and so well described that I shall beware of saying much of either, and I will only note a few things I remarked about this town, once humming with speculation, business, and movement, but now the essence of a sleepy respectability and visible prosperity. For the uninitiated, it is better to state that the cause of this change was the gradual amalgamation of the diamond mines and conflicting interests, which was absolutely necessary to limit the output of diamonds. As a result, the stranger soon perceives that the whole community revolves on one axis, and is centred, so to speak, in one authority. De Beers is the moving spirit, the generous employer, and the universal benefactor. At that time there were 7,000 men employed in the mines, white and black, the skilled mechanics receiving as much as £6 a week. Evidence of the generosity of this company was seen in the model village built for the white workmen, in the orchard containing 7,000 fruit trees, then one of Mr. Rhodes's favourite hobbies, and in the stud farm for improving the breed of horses in South Africa. If I asked the profession of any of the smart young men who frequented the house where we were staying for games of croquet, it amused me always to receive the same answer: "He is something in De Beers." The town itself boasts of many commodious public buildings, a great number of churches of all denominations, an excellent and well-known club, but whatever the edifice, the roofing is always corrugated iron, imported, I was told, from Wolverhampton. This roofing, indeed, prevails over the whole of New South Africa, and although it appears a very unsuitable protection from the burning rays of the African sun, no doubt its comparative cheapness and the quickness of its erection are the reasons why this style was introduced and has been adhered to. By dint of superhuman efforts, in spite of locust plagues, drought, and heavy thunderstorms, the inhabitants have contrived to surround their little one-storied villas with gardens bright with flowers, many creepers of vivid hues covering all the trellis work of the verandahs. The interest of Kimberly, however, soon paled and waned as the all-engrossing events of the Uitlander rebellion in Johannesburg rapidly succeeded each other. One sultry evening our host brought us news of tangible trouble on the Rand. Some ladies who were about to leave for that locality had received wires to defer their departure. Instantly, I recollect, my thoughts flew back to the Tantallon Castle and the dark words we had heard whispered, so it was not as much of a surprise to me as to the residents at Kimberly. To them it came as a perfect bombshell, so well had the secret been kept. The next day the text of the manifesto issued by Mr. Leonard, a lawyer in the name of the Uitlanders, to protest against their grievances, appeared in all the morning papers, and its eloquent language aroused the greatest enthusiasm in the town. Thus was the gauntlet thrown down with a vengeance, and an ominous chord was struck by the statement, also in the papers, that Mr. Leonard had immediately left for Cape Town, lest he should be arrested. It must be remembered that any barrister, English or Afrikander, holding an official position in the Transvaal, had at that time to take the oath of allegiance to the Boer government before being free to practice his calling. The explanation of the exceedingly acute feeling at Kimberley in those anxious days lay in the fact that nearly everyone had relations or friends in the Golden City. Our hosts themselves had 2 sons pursuing their professions there, and, of course, in the event of trouble with England, these young men would have been commandeered to fight for the Boer government they served. One possibility, however, I noticed, was never entertained, viz., that if fighting occurred, the English community might get the worst of it. Such a contingency was literally laughed to scorn. The Boers were unprepared and lazy. They took weeks to mobilize. They had given up shooting game, hence their marksmen had deteriorated, and 200 men ought to be able to take possession of Johannesburg, and Kruger into the bargain. This was what one heard on all sides, and in view of more recent events, it is rather significant. But I remember then the thought flashed across my mind that these possible foes were the sons of the men who had annihilated us at Majuba and Laing's Nek, and I wondered whether another black page were going to be added to the country's history. The next day, December 29, Kruger was reported in the papers to be listening to reason. But this hopeful news was short-lived, for on Monday the 30th, as usual a fiercely hot day, we received the astounding intelligence that Dr. Jameson, administrator of Mashonaland and Matabeleland, had entered the Transvaal at the head of the Chartered Company's police, 600 strong, with several Maxim and Gardner guns. No upheaval of nature could have created greater amazement, combined with a good deal of admiration and some dismay, than this sensational news. The dismay, indeed, increased as the facts were more fully examined. Nearly all the officers of the corps held imperial commissions, and one heard perfect strangers asking each other how these officers could justify their action of entering a friendly territory armed to the teeth, while the fact of Dr. Jameson himself being at their head heightened the intense interest. I did not know that gentleman then, but I must say he occupied in the hearts of the people at Kimberley, and indeed of the whole country, quite a unique position. It was in the diamond fields he had worked as a young doctor, usurping gradually almost the entire medical practice by his great skill as well as by his charm of manner. Then, as Mr. Rhodes's nominee, he had dramatically abandoned medicine and surgery, and had gone to the great unknown Northern Territory almost at a moment's notice. He had obtained concessions from the black tyrant, Lobengula, when all other emissaries had failed. Backwards and forwards many times across the vast stretch of country between Bulawayo and Kimberley, he carried on negotiations which had finally culminated, 5 years previously, in his leading a column of 500 hardy pioneers to the promising country of Mashonaland, which up to that time had lain in darkness under the cruel rule of the dusky monarch. During 3 strenuous years Dr. Jameson, with no military or legal education, had laboured to establish the nucleus of a civilized government in that remote country, and during the first part of that period the nearest point of civilization from whence they could derive their supplies was Kimberley, 1,000 miles away, across a practically trackless country. Added to this difficulty, the administrator found himself confronted with the wants and rights of the different mining communities into which the pioneers had gradually split themselves up, and which were being daily augmented by the arrival of wasters and others, who had begun to filter in as the country was written about, and its great mining and agricultural possibilities enlarged upon. Finally, goaded thereto and justified therein by Lobengula's continued cruelties, his raids on the defenceless Mashonas, and his threats to the English, Dr. Jameson had led another expedition against the King himself in his stronghold of Bulawayo. On that occasion sharp fighting ensued, but he at length brought peace, and the dawning of a new era to a vast native population in the country, which with Mashonaland was to be known as Rhodesia. In fact, up to then his luck had been almost supernatural, and his achievements simply colossal. Added to all this was his capacity for attaching people to himself, and his absolutely fearless disposition, so it was easy to understand that Kimberley hardly dared breathe during the next momentous days, when the fate of "the Doctor," as he was universally called, and of his men, who were nearly all locally known, was in suspense. During many an evening of that eventful week we used to sit out after dinner under the rays of a glorious full moon, in the most perfect climatic conditions, and hear heated discussions of the pros and cons of this occurrence, which savoured more of medieval times than of our own. The moon all the while looked down so calmly, and the Southern Cross stood out clear and bright. One wondered what they might not have told us of scenes being enacted on the mysterious veldt not 300 miles away. It was not till Saturday, January 4, that we knew what had happened, and any hopes we had entertained that the freebooters had either joined forces with their friends in Johannesburg, or else had made good their escape, were dashed to the ground as the fullness of the catastrophe became known. For hours, however, the aghast Kimberleyites refused to believe that Dr. Jameson and his entire corps had been taken prisoners, having been hopelessly outnumbered and outmanoeuvred after several hours' fighting at Krugersdorp, and, when doubt was no longer possible, loud and deep were the execrations levelled at the Johannesburgers, who, it was strenuously reiterated, had invited the raiders to come to their succour, and who, when the pinch came, never even left the town to go to their assistance. If the real history of the raid is ever written, when the march of time renders such a thing possible, it will be interesting reading. But, as matters stand now, It is better to say as little as possible of such a deplorable fiasco, wherein the only points which stood out clearly appeared to be that Englishmen were as brave, and perhaps also as foolhardy, as ever; that President Kruger, while pretending to shut his eyes, had known exactly all that was going forward; that the Boers had lost nothing of their old skill in shooting and ambushing, while the rapid rising and massing of their despised forces was as remarkable in its way as Jameson's forced march. It was said at the time that the proclamation issued by the Government at home, repudiating the rebels, was the factor which prevented the Johannesburgers from joining forces with the raiders when they arrived at Krugersdorp, as no doubt had been arranged, and that this step of the Home Government had, curiously enough, not been foreseen by the organizers of this deeply laid plot. There is no doubt that there were two forces at work in Johannesburg, as, indeed, I had surmised during the voyage out: the one comprising the financiers, which strove to attain its ends by manifesto and public meeting, with the hint of sterner measures to follow; and the other impatient of delay, and thus impelled to seek the help of those who undoubtedly became freebooters the moment they crossed the Transvaal border. Certainly, Dr. Jameson's reported words seem to echo with reproach and disappointment, the reproach of a man who has been deceived; but whatever his feelings were at that moment of despair, when his lucky star seemed at length to have deserted him with a vengeance, I happen to know he never bore any lasting grudge against his Johannesburg friends, and that he remained on terms of perfect friendship even with the 5 members of the Reform Committee, with whom all the negotiations had gone forward. These included Colonel Frank Rhodes, always one of his favourite companions. As an instance of how acute was the feeling suddenly roused respecting Englishmen, I remember that Mr. Harry Lawson, who was staying in the same house as ourselves, and had decided to leave for Johannesburg as special correspondent to his father's paper, the Daily Telegraph, was actually obliged to travel under a foreign name, and even then, if my memory serves me right, he did not succeed in reaching the Rand. In the meantime, as the daily papers received fuller details, harrowing accounts came to hand of the exodus from Johannesburg of men, women, and children, travelling 20 in a compartment meant for 8, while others, not so fortunate, had to put up with cattle trucks. The Boers were said to have shown themselves humane and magnanimous. Mr. Chamberlain, the papers wrote, was strengthening the hands of the President to avert civil war, which must have been dangerously near. But the most important man of the moment in South Africa was grudgingly admitted to be Oom Paul. His personal influence alone, it was stated, had restrained his wild bands of armed burghers with which the land was simply bristling, and he was then in close confabulation with Her Majesty's High Commissioner, Sir Hercules Robinson, whom he had summoned to Pretoria to deal with such refractory Englishmen. The journals also took advantage of the occasion to bid Kruger remember this was the opportunity to show himself forgiving, and to strengthen his corrupt government, thereby earning the gratitude of those Afrikanders for whom, indeed, he was not expected to have any affection, but to whom he was indebted for the present flourishing financial state of his republic, which, it was called to mind, was next door to bankrupt when England declared its independence in 1884. If such articles were translated and read out to that wily old President, as he sipped his coffee on his stoep, with his bland and inscrutable smile, it must have added zest to his evening pipe. I read in Mr. Seymour Fort's Life of Dr. Jameson that the raid cost the Chartered Company £75,000 worth of material, most of which passed into the hands of the Boer Government, while the confiscated arms at Johannesburg amounted to several thousand rifles and a great deal of ammunition. Respecting the guns taken from Jameson's force, curiously enough, we surmised during the siege of Mafeking 4 years later that some of these were being used against us. Their shells fired into the town, many of which did not explode and of which I possess a specimen, were the old 7-pound studded ML type with the Woolwich mark on them. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 3. The immediate results of the raid, the raiders themselves. Quote, "The fly sat on the axle-tree of the chariot wheel and said, 'What a dust do I raise!'" Unquote. Aesop. Oom Paul was in the proud position of this fly in the weeks immediately following the raid, as well as during many years to come. When we returned to Cape Town early in January 1896, we found everything in a turmoil. Mr. Rhodes had resigned the premiership and had left for Kimberly, where he had met with a most enthusiastic reception, and Mr. Beit had been left in possession at Groot Schuur. The latter gentleman appeared quite crushed at the turn events had taken, not so much on account of his own business affairs, which must have been in a critical state, as in regard to the fate of Mr. Lionel Phillips, his partner. This gentleman, as well as the other 4 members of the Reform Committee, and a few lesser lights beside, had all been arrested during the past week at Johannesburg, and charged with high treason. Even at Cape Town, Captain Bettelheim and Mr. S. Joel, who had left the Transvaal, had one forenoon been requested to accompany some mysterious gentleman, and, very much to their surprise, had found themselves lodged in Her Majesty's jail before lunch. This occurrence came as a bombshell to the Cape Town community, it having been assumed that there was no extradition for political offences. Johannesburg was known to be disarming almost unconditionally, in consequence of a personal appeal from the Governor, and another telegram informed the world that the men in so doing were broken-hearted, but were making the sacrifice in order to save Dr. Jameson's life. Some unkind friends remarked that their grief must have been tempered with relief in ridding themselves of the weapons that they had talked so much about, and yet did not use when the time for action came. However, the ways of Providence are wonderful, and this inglorious finale was probably the means of averting a terrible civil war. Sir Hercules Robinson was still at Pretoria, conferring with the President, who, it was opined, was playing with him, as nothing either regarding the fate of Dr. Jameson and his officers or of the political prisoners had been settled. It was even rumoured that there was a serious hitch in the negotiations, and that Lord Salisbury had presented an ultimatum to the effect that unless the President ratified the Convention of 1884 and ceased intriguing with Germany, war with England would ensue. This story was never confirmed, and I think the wish was father to the thought. I remember, during those eventful days, attending with Mrs. Harry Lawson a garden party at Newlands, given by Lady Robinson, who was quite a remarkable personality, and an old friend and admirer of the ex-Prime Minister's. The gardens showed to their greatest advantage in the brilliant sunshine, and an excellent band played charming tunes under the trees, but everyone was so preoccupied, and no one more than the hostess, that it was rather a depressing entertainment. At last events began to shape themselves. We learnt that the Governor had left Pretoria on January 15, and that the military prisoners, including most of the troopers, were to be sent home to England immediately, for the leaders to stand their trial. That same morning I heard privately that Mr. Rhodes meant to leave by that very evening's mail steamer for England, to face the inquiry which would certainly ensue, and, if possible, to save the charter of that company with which he had so indissolubly connected himself, and which was, so to speak, his favourite child. I remember everyone thought then that this charter would surely be confiscated on account of the illegal proceedings of its forces. The fact of Mr. Rhodes's departure was kept a profound secret, as he wished to avoid any demonstration. The mail steamer was the even then antiquated Moor of the Union Line, and she was lying a quarter of a mile away from the docks, awaiting her mail bags and her important passengers. Besides Mrs. Harry Lawson and ourselves, Mr. Rhodes, Mr. Beit, and Dr. Rutherford Harris, the two latter of whom were also going to England, embarked quite unnoticed on a small launch, ostensibly to make a tour of the harbour, which, as a matter of fact, we did, whilst waiting for the belated mail. An object of interest was the charter P&O transport Victoria, which had only the day before arrived from Bombay, with the Lancashire Regiment, 1,000 strong, on board, having been suddenly stopped here on her way home, pessimists at once declaring the reason to be possible trouble with Germany. A very noble appearance she presented that afternoon, with her lower decks and portholes simply swarming with redcoats, who appeared to take a deep interest in our movements. At last we boarded the mail steamer, and then I had the chance of a few words with the travellers, and of judging how past events had affected them. Mr. Beit looked ill and worried. Mr. Rhodes, on the other hand, seemed to be in robust health, and as calm as the proverbial cucumber. I had an interesting talk to him before we left the ship. He said frankly that, for the first time in his life, during 6 nights of the late crisis he had not been able to sleep, and that he had been worried to death. "Now," he added, "I have thought the whole matter out, and have decided what is best to be done, so I am all right again, and I do not consider at 43 that my career is ended." "I am quite sure it is not, Mr. Rhodes," was my reply, "and what is more, I have a small bet with Mr. Lawson that in a year's time you will be in office again, or, if not absolutely in office, as great a factor in South African politics as you have been up to now." He thought a minute, and then said, "It will take 10 years. Better cancel your bet." Was careful not to ask him any questions which might be embarrassing for him to answer, but he volunteered that the objects of his visit to England were, first, to do the best he could for his friends at Johannesburg, including his brother Frank, who were now political prisoners, practically at the mercy of the Boers, unless the Imperial Government bestirred itself on their behalf, and secondly, to save his charter, if by any means it could be saved. This doubt seemed to haunt him. "My argument is," I remember he said, "they may take away the charter or leave it, but there is one fact that no man can alter, viz., that a vast and valuable territory has been opened up by that company in about half the time, and at about a quarter the cost which the Imperial Government would have required for a like task, so that whether, in consequence of one bad blunder, and partly in order to snub me, Cecil Rhodes, the company is to cease, or whether it is allowed to go on with its work, its achievements and their results must and will speak for themselves." With reference to the political prisoners, I recollect he repeated more than once, "You see, I stand in so much stronger a position than they do, in that I am not encumbered with wife and children, so I am resolved to strain every nerve on their behalf." About 6 o'clock the last bell rang, and, cutting short our conversation, I hurriedly wished him goodbye and good luck, and from the deck of our little steamer we watched the big ship pass out into the night. We had now been a month in South Africa, and had seen very little of the country, and it appeared that we had chosen a very unfavourable moment for our visit. We were determined, however, not to return home without seeing the Transvaal, peaceful or the reverse. The question was how to get there. By train one had to allow 3 days and 4 nights, and, since the rebellion, to put up with insults into the bargain at the frontier, where luggage and even wearing apparel were subjected to a minute search, involving sometimes a delay of 5 hours. Our projected departure by sea via Natal was postponed indefinitely by the non-arrival of the incoming mail steamer from England, the old Rosslyn Castle, which was living up to her reputation for breaking down by being days overdue, so it was impossible to say when she would be able to leave for Durban. Under these circumstances, Sir Hercules Robinson proved a friend in need, and, having admonished us to secrecy, he told us that the P&O Victoria, the troop ship we had noticed in the harbour, was under orders to leave at once for Durban to pick up Dr. Jameson and the other raiders at that port, and convey them to England. Therefore, as we only wanted to go as far as Durban, he would manage, by permission of the Admiral at Cape Town, to get us passengers on board this ship. Of course we were delighted, and early next morning we embarked. It was the first time I had ever been on a troop ship, and every moment was of interest. As spick and span as a man of war, with her wide, roomy decks, it was difficult to imagine there were 2,000 souls on board the Victoria, and only in the morning, when the regiment paraded, appearing like ants from below, and stretching in unbroken lines all down both sides of the ship, did one realize how large was the floating population, and how strict must be the discipline necessary to keep so many men healthy, contented, and efficient. There were a few other civilians going home on leave, but we were the only so-called indulgence passengers. The time passed all too quickly, the monotonous hours of all shipboard life between the 6:30 dinner and bedtime being whiled away by listening to an excellent military band. We were told to be dressed and ready to disembark by 6 a.m. on the morning we were due at Durban, as the Admiral had given stringent instructions not to delay there any longer than was necessary. I was therefore horrified on awaking at 5 o'clock to find the engines had already stopped, and on looking out of the porthole to see a large tender approaching from the shore, apparently full of people. I scrambled into my clothes, but long before I was dressed the tug was alongside, or as nearly alongside as the heavy swell and consequent deep rolls of our ship would allow. Durban boasts no harbour for large ships. These have to lie outside the bar, and a smooth sea being the exception on this part of the coast, disembarking is in consequence almost always effected in a sort of basket cage worked by a crane, and holding 3 or 4 people. When I got on deck, the prisoners were still on the tender, being mercilessly rolled about, and they must indeed have been glad when, at 6 o'clock, the signal to disembark was given. I shall never forget that striking and melancholy scene. The dull grey morning, of which the dawn had scarcely broken, the huge rollers of the leaden sea, which were lifting our mighty ship as if she had been but a cockleshell, and the tiny steamer at a safe distance, her deck crowded with sunburnt men, many of whose faces were familiar to us, and who were picturesquely attired, for the most part in the very same clothes they had worn on their ill-fated march, flannel shirts, khaki breeches, high boots, and the large felt hats of the Bechuanaland Border Police, which they were wearing probably for the last time. As soon as they came on board we were able to have a few hasty words with those we knew, and their faces seem to pass in front of me as I write. Sir John Willoughby and Captain C. Villiers, both in the Royal Horse Guards, apparently nonchalant and without a care in the world. Colonel Harry White, alas, dead, and his brother Bobby, who were as fit as possible and as cheery as ever, but inclined to be mutinous with their unwilling jailers. Major Stracey, Scots Guards, with his genial and courtly manners, apparently still dazed at finding himself a prisoner and amongst rebels. Mr. Cyril Foley, one of the few civilians, and Mr. Harold Grenfell, First Life Guards, like boys who expect a good scolding when they get home. And last but not least, Dr. Jamieson, to whom we were introduced. "What will they do with us?" was the universal question, and on this point we could give them no information, but it can be imagined that they were enchanted to see some friendly faces after a fortnight's incarceration in a Boer prison, during the first part of which time they daily expected to be led out and shot. I remember asking Dr. Jamieson what I think must have been a very embarrassing question, although he did not seem to resent it. It was whether an express messenger from Johannesburg, telling him not to start, as the town was not unanimous and the movement not ripe, had reached him the day before he left Mafeking. He gave no direct answer, but remarked, "I received so many messages from day to day, now telling me to come, then to delay starting, that I thought it best to make up their minds for them, before the Boers had time to get together." We were soon hurried on shore, as Mr. Beresford, the 7th Hussars, who had brought the prisoners on board, had to return to the town to make some necessary purchases for them in the way of clothes, for they possessed nothing but what they stood up in. We left Durban immediately by train for Pietermaritzburg, where we were the guests of Sir Walter and Lady Healy Hutchinson at Government House. a very small but picturesque residence, where Lady Healy Hutchinson received us most kindly in the absence of her husband, who was in the Transvaal, superintending the departure of the remaining prisoners. Here we seemed to have left warlike conditions behind us, for the town was agog with the excitement of a cricket match between Lord Hawke's 11 and a Natal 15. On the cricket field we met again two of our Tantallon Castle fellow passengers, Mr. Guest and Mr. H. Milner, who had come down from Johannesburg with the cricketers. We were interested to compare notes and to hear Mr. Milner's adventures, which really made us smile, though they could hardly have been a laughing matter to him at the time. He told us that, after twice visiting Captain C. Coventry, who was wounded in the raid, at the Krugersdorp Hospital without molestation, on the third occasion, when returning by train to Johannesburg, he was roughly pulled out of his carriage at 10 o'clock at night, and told that, since he had no passport, he was to be arrested on the charge of being a spy. In vain did he tell them that only at the last station his passport had been demanded in such peremptory terms that he had been forced to give it up. They either would not or could not understand him. In consequence, the poor man tasted the delights of a Boer jail for a whole night, and, worst indignity of all, had for companions 2 criminals and a crowd of dirty Kaffirs. The following morning, he said, his best friend would not have known him, so swollen and distorted was his face from the visitations of the inseparable little companions of the Kaffir native. He was liberated on bail next day, and finally set free, with a scanty apology of mistaken identity. At any other time such an insult to an Englishman would have made some stir. As it was, everyone was so harassed that he was hardly pitied. The Governor returned 2 days before our departure, and we had a gay time, between entertainments for the cricketers and festivities given by the 7th Hussars. Feeling in Durban, with regard to the raiders, was then running high, and for hours did a vast crowd wait at the station, merely in order to give the troopers of the chartered forces some hearty cheers, albeit they passed at midnight in special trains without stopping. Very loyal, too, were these colonists, and no German would have had a pleasant time of it there just then, with the Kaiser's famous telegram to Kruger fresh in everyone's memory. From Pietermaritzburg to Johannesburg the railway journey was a very interesting one. North of Newcastle we saw a station bearing the name of Ngogo. Later on the train wound round the base of Majuba Hill, and when that was left behind it plunged into a long rocky tunnel which pierces the grassy slope on which the tragedy of Lang's Neck was enacted, all names, alas, too well known in the annals of our disasters. After leaving the Majuba district we came to the Transvaal frontier, where we had been told we might meet with scanty courtesy. However, we had no disagreeable experiences, and then the train emerged on the endless rolling green plains which extend right up to and beyond the mining district of the Rand. Now and then one perceived a trek wagon and oxen with a Boer and his family, either preceded or followed by a herd of cattle, winding their slow way along the dusty red track they call road. At the stations wild-looking Kaffir women, half naked and anything but attractive in appearance, came and stared at the train and its passengers. It is in this desolate country that Johannesburg, the Golden City, sprang up, as it were, like a fungus, almost in a night. 9 years previously, the Rand, since the theatre of so much excitement and disappointment, the source of a great part of the wealth of London at the present day, was as innocent of buildings and as peaceful in appearance as those lonely plains over which we had travelled. As we approached Johannesburg, little white landmarks like milestones made their appearance, and these, we were told, were new claims pegged out. The thought suggested itself that this part of South Africa is in some respects a wicked country, with, it would almost seem, a blight resting on it. Sickness, to both man and beast, is always stalking round. Drought is a constant scourge to agriculture. The locust plagues ruin those crops and fruit that hailstones and scarcity of water have spared, and all the while men vie with and tread upon one another in their rush and eagerness after the gold which the land keeps hidden. Small wonder this district has proved such a whirlpool of evil influences, where everyone is always striving for himself, and where disillusions and bitter experiences have caused each man to distrust his neighbour. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 4. Johannesburg and Pretoria in 1896. Quote, "Little white mice of chance, coats of wool and corduroy pants, gold and wine, women and sin, I'll give to you if you let me into the glittering house of chance." Unquote. American Dice Incantation. At Johannesburg we were the guests of Mr. A. Bailey at Kluwer Lodge. Our host, however, was unfortunately absent, detained in the precincts of the jail at Pretoria, although allowed out on bail. In the same house he had entertained in 1891 my brother Randolph and his friend Captain G. Williams, Royal Horse Guards, on their way to Mashonaland. One of my first visitors was another fellow traveller of theirs, Mr. H. C. Perkins, the celebrated American mining expert. This gentleman was a great friend of Randolph's, and he spoke most touchingly of his great attachment to the latter, and of his grief at his death. For 5 years Mr. and Mrs. Perkins had lived in Johannesburg, where they both enjoyed universal respect, and their approaching departure to settle once more in America was deplored by all. Considered to be the highest mining expert of the day, Mr. Perkins had seen the rise of the Rand since its infancy, and he had been shrewd enough to keep out of the late agitation and its disturbances. Under his guidance we saw the sights of the towns, the far-famed Rand Club, the Market Square, crammed almost for the first time since the so-called Revolution, with trek wagons and their Boer drivers, the much-talked-of Goldfields offices, barred and barricaded, which had been the headquarters of the Reform Committee, the Standard Bank, where the smuggled arms had been kept, and finally the Exchange and the street enclosed by iron chains, where the stock markets were principally carried on. We were also shown the interior of the Stock Exchange itself, though we were warned that it was scarcely worth a visit at that time of depression. We heard the call of the shares, which operation only took 20 minutes, against nearly 2 hours during the time of the recent boom. Instead of the listless, bored-looking individuals below us, who only assumed a little excitement when the revolving clock-like machine denoted any popular share, we were told that a few months ago every available space had been crowded by excited buyers and sellers, some without hats, others in their shirt-sleeves, almost knocking one another over in their desire to do business. Those must indeed have been palmy days, when the money so lightly made was correspondingly lightly spent, when champagne replaced the usual whisky split at the Rand Club, and on all sides was to be heard the old and well-known formula, "Here's luck," as the successful speculator toasted an old friend or a newcomer. However, to return to Johannesburg as we found it, after the 1895 boom. Even then it seemed to me that for the first time in South Africa I saw life. Cape Town, with its pathetic dullness and palpable efforts to keep up a show of business, Kimberly, with its deadly respectability, both paled in interest beside their younger sister, so light-hearted, reckless, and enterprising. Before long, in spite of gloomy reflections on the evils of gold-seeking, I fell under the fascination of what was then a wonderful town, especially wonderful from its youth. The ever-moving crowds which thronged the streets, every man of which appeared to be full of important business and in a desperate hurry, reminded one of the city of London. Smart carriages with well-dressed ladies drove rapidly past. The shops were cunningly arranged with tempting wares, and all this bustle and traffic was restored in little over a week. A fortnight previously, a revolution was impending, and a siege was looming ahead. Business had been at a complete standstill, the shops and houses barred and barricaded, and many of the inhabitants were taking a hurried departure, while bitterness, discord, and racial feeling were rampant. Now, after a few days, that cosmopolitan and rapidly changing population appeared to have buried their differences, and the uninitiated would never have guessed the town had passed, and was, indeed, still passing through troublous times. Mr. Perkins, however, was pessimistic, and told us appearances were misleading. He rightly foresaw many lean years for those interested in the immediate future of the Rand, though even he perhaps hardly realized how lean those would become. Since those days much water has flown under the bridge, and the trade of the town, not to speak of the mining industry, has gone from bad to worse. Recently, Federation, the dream of many a statesman connected with South Africa, has opened a new vista of political peace and prosperity to its chastened citizens. Many of these, in affluent circumstances in 1896, have since gone under financially, but some of the original inhabitants still remain, to show in the future that they have learned wisdom from their past troubles, brought on principally by their mad haste to get rich too quickly. During our stay at Johannesburg, we made an expedition to Pretoria in order to see our host and other friends who were still on bail there awaiting their trial, and also to visit the seat of the Boer government. By these remarkable state railways the short journey of 32 minutes occupied 3 hours. We passed one very large Boer laager, or military camp, on the line, which looked imposing enough in the bright sunlight, with its shining array of white tarpaulin-covered wagons. Companies of mounted burghers, armed to the teeth, and sitting their ragged but well-bred ponies as if glued to the saddle, were to be seen galloping to and fro. Although the teeth of the enemy had been drawn for the present, the Boers were evidently determined to keep up a martial display. As Pretoria was approached, the country became very pretty. Low hills and many trees, including lovely weeping willows, appeared on the landscape, and away towards the horizon was situated many a snug little farm. Running streams caught the rays of the sun, and really rich herbage supplied the pasture for herds of fat cattle. The town itself did not prove specially interesting. An imposing space called Church Square was pointed out to us with great pride by the Dutch gentleman who kindly did cicerone. There we saw the little primitive Dopper church, where the President always worshipped, overshadowed and dwarfed by the magnificent Houses of Parliament, built since the Transvaal acquired riches, and by the no less grand Government offices. As we were standing before the latter, after a fashion of tourists, our guide suddenly became very excited, and told us we were really in good luck, for the President was just about to leave his office on his return home for his midday meal. In a few minutes the old gentleman emerged, guarded by 4 armed burghers, and passed rapidly into his carriage. We took a good look at this remarkable personage. Stout in figure, with a venerable white beard, in a somewhat worn frock coat and a rusty old black silk hat, President Kruger did not look the stern dictator of his little kingdom, which in truth he was. Our Dutch friend told us Oom Paul was in the habit of commencing work at 5 a.m., and that he transacted business either at his house or in the Government offices, with short intermissions until 5 p.m. Simply worshipped by his burghers, he was on a small scale, and, in his ignorant fashion, a man of iron, like Bismarck, notably in his strong will and in the way in which he imposed the same on his countrymen. The extent of his personal influence could be gauged when one considered that his mere orders had restrained his undisciplined soldier burghers, who, irritated by being called away from their peaceful existences, maddened by the loss of some of their number who fell in the fighting, and elated by their easy victory, were thirsting to shoot down the leaders of the raid as they stood in the market square at Krugersdorp. The state of the Boer government at that time added to the President's difficulties. He was hampered by the narrowest-minded Volksraad (Parliament) imaginable, who resented tooth and nail even the most necessary concessions to the Uitlanders. He was surrounded by corrupt officials, most of whom were said to be implicated in the late rebellion. He was the head of a community which was known to be split up into several sections, owing to acute religious disputes. And yet he contrived, at 71 years of age, to outwit the 60,000 Uitlanders at Johannesburg, and to present his rotten republic as a model of all that was excellent and high-minded to the world at large. At the same time he compelled his burghers to forget their own differences, as they hurled defiance at the common foe. It seems to be a truism that it requires a Boer to rule a Boer, and in some ways the mantle of President Kruger would appear to have descended in our days upon General Louis Botha. According to all accounts, his will is now law to the ignorant backveld Boers, although his guiding principles savour more of the big stick than of the spoon-feeding system. Undoubtedly loyal to England, he bids fair in the future to help found a nation based upon the union of British and Boer, inheriting their traditions, cultivating their ideals, and pursuing their common ends. But this utopia seemed far away in 1896, and it was, alas, destined that many lives should be laid down, and much treasure expended before its advent. For the moment, lamentations were rife in Johannesburg, and at many a dinner party unprofitable discussions raged as to what would have happened had Dr. Jameson entered the city. On this point no one could agree. Some people said the town could have been starved out in a few days, and the water supply cut off immediately. Others asserted that the Boers were in reality overawed by Dr. Jameson's name and prestige, and would have been glad to make terms. The practical spirits opined that the only thing which would have saved the inhabitants in any case was the tame ending which actually came about, namely, the High Commissioner's intervention, coupled with President Kruger's moderation and wisdom in allowing England to punish her own irregular soldiers. The more one heard of the whole affair, the more it seemed to resemble a scene out of a comic opera. The only people at Johannesburg who had derived any advantage from the confusion were several hitherto unknown military commanders, who had proudly acquired the title of colonel, and had promptly named a body of horse after themselves. During the days before the final fiasco, these leaders used to make short detours round the town in full regimentals, and finally fill up the time by being photographed in groups. Mercifully, as it turned out, they were not ready for active service when Dr. Jameson was reported at Krugersdorp. We made an excursion to the so-called battlefield before leaving for the south. We started in a covered wagonette, with no springs to speak of, drawn by 6 mules and a pair of horses as leaders. 2 Kaffirs acted as charioteers, and kept up an incessant jabber in Dutch. The one who held the reins looked good-natured enough, but the other, whose duty it was to wield the enormously long whip, had a most diabolical cast of countenance, in which cruelty and doggedness were both clearly depicted. We found his face a true indication of his character before the end of the day. Bumping gaily along, we soon left the well-built houses behind, and after passing the Malay quarter of the town, remarkable by reason of the quaint houses these blacks make out of paraffin tins, flattened out and nailed together with wonderful neatness, we emerged on the open veldt. Of course the road was of the roughest description, and sometimes we had to hold on with all our might to avoid the concussion of our heads with the wooden roof. In spite of this, as soon as the Kaffirs saw an open space before them, the huge whip was cracked, and away went our team at full gallop, seemingly quite out of control, the driver leaning back in his seat with a contented grin, while his colleague manipulated the unwieldy whip. The tract ran parallel to the Rand for some distance, and we got a splendid view of Johannesburg and the row of chimney shafts that so clearly define the reef. On passing laager village, we were stopped by a party of Boers who had off-saddled by the side of the road. As they were fully armed and their appearance was not prepossessing, we expected to be ordered to alight while our conveyance was being searched. However, our fears were unfounded, and they were most polite. The driver muttered something in Dutch, whereupon the leader came to the door and said in broken English, "Peek, neek, I see all right." I am sorry to say one of the gentlemen of our party muttered "brute" in an audible whisper, but then he had undergone a short but a very unpleasant term of imprisonment, with no sort of excuse, at the instance of a Boer veldkornet, so no wonder he had vowed eternal vengeance. Luckily this officer did not hear, or else did not understand, the ejaculation, so after a civil interchange of good days we drove on. After about 3 hours we reached a shallow ford over a wide stream, and our driver informed us that this was our destination. Leaving the carriage, we walked up to some rocks overlooking the stream, which seemed an inviting place for luncheon, but we were quickly driven away, as thereon were lying 7 or 8 carcasses of dead horses and mules. Curiously enough, the vultures, or aasvogels, had left the skins on these poor beasts, for I remember noticing how their coats glistened in the sunshine. This sight was not very conducive to a good appetite, and a little farther on we saw another pathetic spectacle. A very deep trench, made in the past by some gold prospector, had been filled in with rocky boulders, and was covered with withered ferns. Here lay those who had fallen of the Chartered Company's forces. No doubt by now the space is enclosed as a tiny part of God's acre, but at that time the rough stones in the deep grave and the faded flowers seemed to enhance the dreariness of the scene. As to the locality of the final encounter and surrender of the raiders, there was not much to interest any but military men. Standing on top of the eminence before alluded to, one could see the Boer position and the sore strait of their foes. Whether the column had come purposely towards this drift, as being the only possible ford for many miles, or whether they had been guided thereto by a treacherous guide, no one knew. One thing was certain: destruction or surrender must have stared them in the face. The koppies on the far side of the stream were bristling with Boers, and away on the veldt beyond was drawn up the Staats artillery. And then one realized a most awful blunder of the Reform Committee, from their point of view. The Boer forces, arriving hereabouts in hot haste from a rapid mobilization, had been almost entirely without ammunition. We were told on good authority that each burgher had but 6 rounds, and that the field guns were without any shells at all. During the night the necessary supply was brought by rail from Pretoria, actually right through Johannesburg. Either by accident or mature reflection on the part of the conspirators in that city, this train was allowed to pass to its destination unmolested. It proved to be one of those small happenings that completely alter the course of events. If the burghers had not stopped the raiders there, nothing could have prevented them from entering Johannesburg, for after another 3 miles the long sought-for chimneys, the overhanging cloud of smoke, would have come into view. The very stars in their courses seemed to have fought for the Boers, and justified President Kruger's belief that his people were specially under the protection of Providence. Neither will anyone ever determine the number of Boers killed at Krugersdorp. One veldkornet inserted in all the papers that he defied anyone to prove that more than 4 burghers were shot, and of these 2 were killed accidentally by their own rifles. Residents on the spot, however, averred that many more fell, but I think the point was not disputed, in view of President Kruger's famous claim for moral and intellectual damages, which was then already beginning to be mooted. The lengthening shadows at last reminded us that we had to return to town for a dinner party given in our honour. It usually takes some time to catch a team of 6 mules and 2 horses turned out to graze on the veldt. It is endless, however, when they are as frightened of their drivers as ours appeared to be. At length they were collected, and we made a start, and then our adventures began. First the leader, a white horse, jibbed. Off jumped the Kaffir coachman, and commenced hammering the poor brute unmercifully over head, ears, and body with what they called in Africa the sjambok. In consequence, the team suddenly started off, but the long whip, left on the carriage roof, slipped down, and was broken in two by the wheels passing over it. Anyone who has driven behind mules knows how absolutely powerless the Jehu is without a long whip. So here we were face to face with a real misfortune: increasing darkness, jibbing leaders, no whip, and 15 sandy miles to traverse before dinner time. With every sort of ejaculation and yell, and a perfect rain of blows with the sjambok from the Kaffir still on foot, we lurched forward at a gallop, escaping by a hair's breadth another gold prospector's trench. But the same leader jibbed again after another mile. I must admit he was a most irritating brute, whose obstinacy had been increased by the cruelty of the driver. It was now decided to put him in the wheel, where he would be obliged to do his work. We crawled on again till our white friend literally threw himself down. I have related this incident to show how cruel Kaffirs can be, for now the rage of the evil-looking driver burst forth. He not only hammered the prostrate horse to any extent, but then made the rest of the team pull on, so as to drag him along on his side. Of course this could not be allowed, and Major jumped out and commanded him to desist, take out the useless horse, and tie him behind. At first the Kaffir was very mutinous, and it was only when a stick was laid threateningly across his back that he sulkily complied, looking the while as if he would like to murder the man he was forced to obey. One hears so much nowadays of the black population having equal rights with the white inhabitants, that it is well to remember how ferociously their lack of civilization occasionally comes out. Doubtless there are cruel men, both white and black, but for downright brutality the nigger is hard to beat, and it is also quite certain that whom the latter does not fear, he will not love. I have personally experienced great devotion and most attentive service on the part of natives, and they are deserving of the kindest and most considerate treatment, but it has often made me indignant to hear people who have had little or no experience of living in the midst of a native population prate the rights of our black brothers, and argue as if the latter thought, judged, amused themselves, or, in short, behaved, as the white men do, or have the advantage of hundreds of years of culture. The day following our drive to Krugersdorp we left for Cape Town and England. We made the voyage on the old Rosslyn Castle. Always a slow boat, she had on this occasion, in sporting parlance, a wing down, having broken a piston rod on her way out from England, when we had vainly awaited her at Cape Town, and I think it was nearly 3 weeks before we landed at Plymouth. Again Randolph's African journey was brought back to my recollection. The captain of the Rosslyn Castle, Travers by name, had commanded the Scott, which brought his party home from Mashonaland, and he had very agreeable recollections of many an interesting conversation and of quiet rubbers of whist. Numerous and exciting events had been crowded into the past 6 weeks, and in spite of revolutions and strife, we had found our South African visit a very pleasant one. A curious thing about that continent is, you may dislike it or fall under its charm, but in any case it nearly always calls you back. It certainly did in my case, and while recalling the people we had met and the information we had acquired, it was impossible not to think a little of the Boers themselves, their characteristics and their failings. At Johannesburg I had been specially struck by men who knew them from long experience, telling me how fully they appreciated the good points of the burghers, for instance, their bravery, their love of their country, and their simple, unquestioning, if unattractive, faith, which savoured of that of the old Puritans. Against these attributes their pig-headedness, narrow-mindedness, laziness, and slovenliness had to be admitted. All these defects militated against their living in harmony with a large, increasing, and up-to-date community like the Johannesburg Uitlanders. Still, one could not forget that the Transvaal was their country, ceded to them by the English nation. They left Cape Colony years ago to escape our laws, which they considered unjust. It is certain we should never have followed them into the Transvaal but for the sudden discovery of the gold industry. It is equally true they had not the power or the wish to develop this for themselves, and yet without it they were a bankrupt nation. There is no doubt that the men who made the most mischief, and who for years embarrassed the President, were the Hollanders, or officials sent out from the mother country of the Dutch. They looked on the Transvaal only as a means for getting rich. Hence the fearful state of bribery and corruption among them, from the highest official downwards. But this very bribery and corruption was sometimes exceedingly convenient, and I remember well, when I revisited Johannesburg in 1902, at the conclusion of the war, hearing people inveigh against the hard bargains driven by the English Government. They even went so far as to sigh again for the good old days of Kruger's rule. Now all is changed once more, after another turn of the kaleidoscope of time, and yet it is well to remember that such things have indeed been. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 5. 3 years after. Lord Milner at Cape Town before the war. Mr. Cecil John Rhodes at Rhodes. Other interesting personages. Quote, "There are many echoes in the world, but few voices." Unquote. Goethe. On May 6, 1899, we sailed from Southampton on the SS Norman. We proposed to spend a few months in Rhodesia, but such is the frailty of human plans that eventually we stayed in South Africa for 1 year and 3 months. Dr. Jamieson was our fellow passenger to Cape Town, and with him we travelled up to Bulawayo and passed 5 weeks there as the guests of Major Maurice Heaney. Part of this time we spent on the veldt, far from civilization, sleeping in tents and using riding ponies and mule wagons as transport. I can recommend this life as a splendid cure for any who are run down or overworked. The climate of Rhodesia in the month of June is perfection. Rain is unknown, except as the accompaniment of occasional thunderstorms, and it is never too hot to be pleasant. Game was even then practically non-existent in Matabeleland, but our object was to inspect the mines of Major Heaney's various companies. The country was pretty and well wooded, and we crossed many riverbeds, amongst them the wide Umzingwani. This stream is a mighty torrent during the rains, but, like many others in South Africa, it becomes perfectly dry during the winter season, a peculiarity of the continent, which caused a disappointed man to write that South Africa produced birds without song, flowers without smell, and rivers without water. While camped on the banks of this vanished river, we used to hear lions roaring as evening fell, and could distinguish their soft pads in the dry sand next morning. But they were so shy that we never caught a glimpse of one, nor could they be tempted into any ambush. During these weeks the abortive Bloemfontein Conference had been holding its useless sessions. The political world seemed so unsettled, and war appeared so exceedingly likely, that we decided to return to Cape Town, especially as Mr. Rhodes, who was expected out from England almost immediately, had cabled asking us to stay at Rhodes and Milner, where we arrived early in July. A few days afterwards I had a ticket given me to witness the opening of the Legislative Council, or Upper House, by Sir Alfred Milner. It was an imposing ceremony, and carried out with great solemnity. The centre of the fine hall was filled with ladies. In fact, on first arriving, it gave one the idea of a ladies' parliament, but in a few minutes the members filed in, shortly before the state entry of His Excellency the Governor. Then, for the first time, I saw the man of the hour. Dignified without being stiff, and looking every inch his part, he went through his rôle to perfection. The speech was, as usual, utterly devoid of interest, and, contrary to the hope of excited partisans, Transvaal affairs were studiously avoided. A few days later we went to Government House to be introduced to Sir Alfred. He at once impressed a stranger as a man of intense strength of mind and purpose, underlying a somewhat delicate physique, which was at that time, perhaps, enhanced by a decidedly worn and worried expression of countenance. Later on I had many conversations with Mr. Rhodes about the Governor. He used to say, and no one was better qualified to judge, that Sir Alfred Milner was one of the strongest men he had ever met. "In the business I am constantly having to transact with him, connected with the Chartered Company," he remarked, "I find him, his mind once made up, unmovable, so much so that we tacitly agree to drop at once any subject that we do not agree on, for nothing could be gained by discussing it. I allow he makes his decisions slowly, but once made they are irrevocable." Mr. Rhodes used also to say he admired beyond words Sir Alfred's behaviour and the line he adopted in that most difficult crisis before the war. "He assumes," said his appreciator, "an attitude of perfect frankness with all parties. He denies himself to no one who may give him any information or throw fresh light on the situation. To all he expresses his views, and repeats his unalterable opinions of what is required." Other people told me how true these words were, and how ingeniously and yet ingeniously Sir Alfred Milner contrived to treat a unique position. Standing alone, the central isolated figure, surrounded by a young and inexperienced staff, his political advisers men for whom he could have but little sympathy, and whose opinions he knew to be in reality diametrically opposed to his and to the present policy at home, the Governor steered clear of intrigue and personal quarrels by his intensely straightforward and able conduct. He was in the habit of almost daily seeing Mr. Rhodes, financiers from Johannesburg, military men thirsting for war, who were commencing to arrive from England, as well as his Cabinet Ministers. To these latter he probably volunteered information about the other interviews he had had, thereby disarming their criticisms. From one great man I must pass to another. A few days after our arrival at Rhodes and Milner, Mr. Rhodes and Sir Charles Metcalfe arrived from England. Incidentally, I may mention the former's marvellous reception, and the fact that nearly 5 miles of road between Cape Town and Rhodes and Milner were decorated with flags and triumphal arches, while the day was observed as a general holiday. This had happened to him in a minor degree so often before that it did not arouse much comment. The same evening we attended a monster meeting at the Drill Hall, where thousands of faces were turned simultaneously towards the platform to welcome back their distinguished citizen. The cheering went on for 10 minutes, and was again and again renewed, till the enthusiasm brought a lump to many throats, and certainly deeply affected the central figure of the evening. This meeting, at which no less than 100 addresses were presented from every part of Africa, from the far-off Zambesi to the fruit-growing district of the Paarl, almost entirely populated by Dutch, even this great demonstration that one great man was capable of inspiring quickly faded from my memory in view of the insight which 3 weeks as his guest gave me of the many sides of his life, occupations, and character. The extraordinary strength of will and tenacity of purpose, points always insisted on in connection with him, seemed, on nearer acquaintance, to be merely but a small part of a marvellous whole. It often used to occur to me, when with Mr. Rhodes, how desirable it would be to induce our sons and young men in general to imitate some of the characteristics which were the motive power of his life, and therefore of his success. I noticed especially the wonderful power of concentration of thought he possessed, and which he applied to any subject, no matter how trivial. The variety and scope of his many projects did not lessen his interest in any one of them. At that time he was building 4 railways in Rhodesia, which country was also pinning its faith to him for its development, its prosperity, and indeed its modus vivendi. Apart from this, Cape politics, although he then held no official position, were occupying a great deal of his time and thoughts in view of future federation. It was, therefore, marvellous to see him putting his whole mind to such matters as his prize poultry and beasts at the home farm, to the disposing of the same in what he termed "my country," or to the arranging of his priceless collection of glass, even to the question of a domicile for the baby lioness lately presented to him. Again, one moment he might be talking of De Beers business, involving huge sums of money, the next discussing the progress of his 30 fruit farms in the Drakenstein district, where he had no fewer than 100,000 fruit trees. Another time his horse breeding establishment at Kimberly was engaging his attention, or, nearer home, the road making and improvements at Rhodes, where he even knew the wages paid to the 200 Cape boys he was then employing. Mr. Rhodes was always in favour of doing things on a large scale, made easy certainly by his millionaire's purse. Sometimes a gardener or bailiff would ask for 2 or 3 dozen rose or fruit trees. "There is no use," he would exclaim impatiently, "in 2 dozen of anything. My good man, you should count in hundreds and thousands, not dozens. That is the only way to produce any effect or to make any profit." Another of his theories was that people who dwelt in or near towns never had sufficient fresh air. During one of our morning rides I remember his stopping a telegraph boy and asking him where he lived. When the lad had told him, he said, "I suppose there are no windows in your cottage. You had better go to Rhodesia, where you will find space and where you won't get cramped ideas." Then he rode on, leaving the boy staring at him with open eyes. An attractive attribute was his love of his early associations, his father especially being often the theme of his conversation. He used freely to express his admiration for the type the latter represented, now almost extinct, of the old-fashioned country clergyman squire. He held with tenacity to the traditions of his childhood in having always a cold supper on Sunday evenings, instead of the usual elaborate dinner, also in having the cloth removed for dessert, to display the mahogany, of which, alas, few of our tables are now made. With stupidity, or anything thereto approaching, he was apt to be impatient. Neither could he stand young men who affected indifference to, or boredom with, the events and sights of the day. I often used to think, however, he frightened people, and that they did not show to their best advantage, nor was their intelligence at its brightest when talking with him. I now refer especially to those in his employ. To his opponents in the political world he was generous when discussing them in private, however bitter and stinging his remarks were in public. I remember one evening, on Mr. Merriman's name being mentioned, how Mr. Rhodes dilated for some time on his charms as a friend and as a colleague. He told me I should certainly take an opportunity of making his acquaintance. "I am so fond of Merriman," he added. "He is one of the most cultivated of men and the most charming of companions that I know. We shall come together again some day." And this of the man who was supposed then to hate Cecil John Rhodes with such a deadly hatred that he, an Englishman born, was said to have been persuaded to Dutch sympathies by his vindictive feelings against one great fellow countryman. Before leaving the subject of Mr. Rhodes, I must note his intense kindness of heart and genuine hospitality. Groot-Schuur was a rendezvous for people of all classes, denominations, and politics. They were all welcome, and they certainly all came. From morn till eve they passed in and out, very often to prefer a request, or, again, simply to pay their respects and have the pleasure of a few minutes' chat. After his morning ride, Mr. Rhodes, if nothing called him to town, usually walked about his beautiful house, the doors and windows of which stood open to admit the brilliant sunshine, and to enable him to enjoy glimpses of his beloved Table Mountain, or the brilliant colours of the salvia and plumbago planted in beds above the stoep. I often called to mind that tall figure, probably in the same costume in which he had ridden, white flannel trousers and tweed coat, his hair rather rough, from a habit he had of passing his hand through it when talking or thinking. He would wander through the rooms, enjoying the pleasure of looking at his many beautiful pieces of furniture and curiosities of all sorts, nearly all of which had a history. Occasionally, shifting a piece of rare old glass or blue Delft china, he would the while talk to anyone who chanced to come in, greeting heartily his old friends, and remembering every detail of their circumstances, opinions, and conduct. Concerning the latter, he did not fail to remind them of any failings he had taken note of. Those who were frauds, incompetent, or lazy, he never spared, and often such conversations were a source of much amusement to me. On the other hand, those who had been true to him, and had not veered round with the tide of public opinion after 1896, were ever remembered and rewarded. It was remarkable to note the various Dutch members of the Assembly who dropped in, sometimes stealthily in the early morning hours, or, like Nicodemus, by night. One such gentleman came to breakfast one day, bringing as a gift 2 curious antique pipes and a pouch of Boer tobacco. The pipes were awarded a place in a glass cabinet, and the giver most heartily thanked. He finally departed, well pleased with himself. Now comes a curious trait in the man's character. Before leaving, he whispered to a friend the request that the fact of his visit should not be mentioned in Cape Town circles. This request was naturally repeated at once to Mr. Rhodes, much to the latter's amusement. As ill luck would have it, the cautious gentleman left his umbrella behind, with his name in full on the handle. This remained a prominent object on the hall table till, when evening fell, a trusted emissary came to recover it. I often used to visit the House of Assembly or Lower House during that session, and it was instructive to note the faces of the Opposition when Rhodesia and its undoubted progress were subjects of discussion, and especially when Mr. Rhodes was on his feet, claiming the undivided attention of the House. It was not his eloquence that kept people so attentive, for no one could call him eloquent. It was the singularly expressive voice, the, at times, persuasive manner, and above all the interesting things his big ideas gave him to say, that preserved that complete silence. But, as I said before, the faces of his then antagonists, albeit quondam friends, hardly disguised their thoughts sufficiently. They were forced to consider the country of the man they feared, the country to which he had given his name, as a factor in their colony. They had to admit it to their financial calculations, and all the time they would fain have crushed the great pioneer under their feet. They had, indeed, hoped to see him humbled and abashed after his one fatal mistake, instead of which he had gone calmly on his way, a colossus indeed, with the set purpose, as a guiding star ever before his eyes, to retrieve the error which they had fondly imagined would have delivered him into their hands. Truly an impressive and curious study was that House of Assembly in the session of 1899. The number of people, more or less interesting, whom we met at Groot-Schuur, seemed to pass as actors on a stage, sometimes almost too rapidly to distinguish or individualize. But one or two stand out specially in my recollection. Among them, a type of a fine old gentleman was Colonel Schirmbrucker, a German by birth and over 70 years of age, He had served originally in the Papal Guard, and had accompanied Pio Nono on the occasion of his famous flight from Rome. Somewhere in the 50s, at the time of the arrival of the German Legion, he had settled at the Cape, and had been a figure in politics ever since. His opinions were distinctly English and progressive, but it was more as an almost extinct type of the courtly old gentleman that he impressed me. His extreme activity for his years, his old world manners, and his bright intelligence were combinations one does not often meet, and would have made him an interesting figure in any assembly or country. Another day came Judge Coetzee, erstwhile Kruger's confidant and right hand, but then of a very different way of thinking to his old master. His remark on the warlike situation was as follows: "Kruger is only a white Kaffir chief, and as such respects force, and force only. Send sufficient soldiers, and there will be no fighting." This was also Mr. Rhodes's view, but, as it turned out, both were wrong. In the meantime the sands were running out, and the troops were almost on the water, and yet the old man remained obdurate. Outside the hospitable haven of Groot Schuurr, I one day met Mr. Merriman at lunch as the guest of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Solomon. Considerably above the average height, with a slight stoop and grey hair, Mr. Merriman was a man whose appearance from the first claimed interest. It was a few days after his budget speech, which, from various innovations, had aroused a storm of criticism, as budgets are wont to do. Whatever his private feelings were about the English, to me the Finance Minister was very pleasant and friendly. We talked of fruit farming, in which he takes a great interest, of England, and even of his budget, and never did he show any excitement or irritation till someone happened to mention the word imperialist. Then he burst out with, "That word and empire have been so done to death by every wretched little Jew stockbroker in this country that I am fairly sick of them." "But surely you are not a Little Englander, Mr. Merriman," I said, "or a follower of Mr. Labouchere?" To this he gave an evasive reply, and the topic dropped. I must relate another incident of our sojourn at Cape Town. Introduced by Mr. Rhodes's architect, Mr. Baker, we went one day to see a Mrs. Koopman, then a well-known personage in Cape Town Dutch society, but who, I believe, is now dead. Her collection of Delft china was supposed to be very remarkable. She lived in a quaint old house with diamond-paned windows, in one of the back streets, the whole edifice looking as if it had not been touched for 100 years. Mrs. Koopman was an elderly lady, most suitably dressed in black, with a widow's cap, and she greeted us very kindly and showed us all her treasured possessions. I was disappointed in the contents of the rooms, which were certainly mixed, some very beautiful things rubbing shoulders with modern specimens of clumsy early Victorian furniture. A room at the back was given up to the Delft china, but even this was spoilt by ordinary yellow arabesque wallpaper, on which were hung the rare plates and dishes, and by some gaudy window curtains, evidently recently added. The collection itself, made by Mrs. Koopman at very moderate prices, before experts bought up all the Dutch relics, was then supposed to be of great value. Our hostess conversed in good English with a foreign accent, and was evidently a person of much intelligence and culture. She had been, and still was, a factor in Cape politics, formerly as a great admirer of Mr. Rhodes, but after 1896 as one of his bitterest opponents, who used all her considerable influence, her house being a meeting place for the Bond party, against him and his schemes. We had, in fact, been told she held a sort of political salon, though hardly in the same way we think of it in England as connected with Lady Palmerston, her guests being entirely confined to one party, viz. the Dutch. This accounted for a blunder on my part. Having heard that Mrs. Koopman had been greatly perturbed by the young Queen of Holland's representations to President Kruger in favour of the Uitlanders, and seeing many photographs of this charming-looking girl in the room, I thought I should be right in alluding to her as your little Queen. "She is not my Queen," was the indignant reply. "Queen Victoria is my Queen." And then, quickly turning to Mr. Baker, she continued, "What have you been telling Lady Sarah to make her think I am not loyal?" Of course I had to disclaim and apologize, but in view of her well-known political opinions and sympathies, I could not help thinking her extreme indignation a little unnecessary. Chapter 6 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 6. Preparations for War, Mafeking and Departure Therefrom. Quote, "War seldom enters, but where wealth allures." Unquote. Dryden. In August we left Cape Town, and I went to Bulawayo, where I spent 2 months. Gordon had been appointed ADC to Colonel Baden-Powell, and during this time was with his chief on the western borders. The latter was engaged in raising 2 regiments of irregular horse, which were later known as the Protectorate Regiments, and were recruited principally from the district between Mafeking and Bulawayo. At the latter town was also another English lady, Mrs. Godley, whose husband was second in command of one of these regiments. It can easily be imagined that there was little else discussed then but warlike subjects, and these were 2 dreary and anxious months. We had little reliable news. The local newspapers had no special cables, and only published rumours that were current in the town. Mr. Rochefort Maguire, who was then staying with Mr. Rhodes at Cape Town, used frequently to telegraph us news from there. One day he would report President Kruger was climbing down, the next that he had once more hardened his heart. And so this modern Pharaoh kept us all on tenterhooks. The drilling and exercising of the newly recruited troops were the excitements of the day. Soon Colonel Plumer arrived, and assumed command of one of the regiments, which was encamped on the racecourse just outside the town. The other regiment had its headquarters at Mafeking. Colonel Baden-Powell and his staff used to dash up and down between the 2 towns. Nearly all the business men in Bulawayo enlisted, and amongst the officers were some experienced soldiers, who had seen all the Matabeleland fighting, and some of whom had even participated in the raid. Others who used to drop in for a game of bridge were Lord Timmy Paulet, Mr. Geoffrey Glynn, and Dr. Jamieson. To while away the time, I took a course of ambulance lessons, learning how to bandage by experiments on the lanky arms and legs of a little black boy. We also made expeditions to the various mining districts. I was always struck with the hospitality shown us in these out-of-the-way localities, and with the cosiness of the houses belonging to the married mine managers. Only Kaffirs were available as servants, but in spite of this an excellent repast was always produced, and the dwellings were full of their home treasures. Prints of the present King and Queen abounded, and among the portraits of beautiful English women, either photographs or merely reproductions cut out of an illustrated newspaper, I found those of Lady de Grey, Georgiana, Lady Dudley, and Mrs. Langtry most frequently adorning the walls of those lonely homes. At last, at the end of September, a wire informed us that hostilities were expected to begin in Natal the following week, and I left for Mafeking, intending to proceed to Cape Town and home. On arrival in Mafeking, everyone told us an attack on the town was imminent, and we found the inhabitants in a state of serious alarm. However, Baden-Powell's advent reassured them, and preparations for war proceeded apace. The townspeople flocked in to be enrolled in the town guard, spending the days in being drilled. The soldiers were busy throwing up such fortifications as were possible under the circumstances. On October 3 the armoured train arrived from the south, and took its first trip on the rails, which had been hastily flung down round the circumference of the town. This train proved afterwards to be absolutely useless when the Boers brought up their artillery. Night alarms occurred frequently, bells would ring, and the inhabitants, who mostly slept in their clothes, had to rush to their various stations. I must admit that these nocturnal incidents were somewhat unpleasant. Still war was not declared, and the large body of Boers, rumoured as awaiting the signal to advance on Mafeking, gave no sign of approaching any nearer. We were, indeed, as jolly as the proverbial sandboys during those few days in Mafeking before the war commenced. If Colonel Baden-Powell had forebodings, he kept them to himself. Next to him in importance came Lord Edward Cecil, Grenadier Guards, C.S.O. I have often heard it said that if Lord Edward had been a member of any other family but that of the gifted Cecils, he would have been marked as a genius, and that if he had not been a soldier, he would surely have been a politician of note. Then there was Major Hanbury Tracy, Royal Horse Guards, who occupied the position of Director of Military Intelligence. This officer was always devising some amusing, if wildcat, schemes, which were to annihilate or checkmate the Boers, and prove eventually the source of fame to himself. Mr. Ronald Moncrieff, an extra ADC, was, as usual, not blessed with a superabundance of this world's goods, but had an unending supply of animal spirits, and he was looking forward to a siege as a means of economizing. Another of our circle was Major Hamilton Gould Adams, Resident Commissioner of the Bechuanaland Protectorate, who commanded the town guard, representing the civil as opposed to the military interests. In contrast to the usual practice, these departments worked perfectly smoothly together at Mafeking. Colonel Baden-Powell did not look on my presence with great favour, neither did he order me to leave, and I had a sort of presentiment that I might be useful, considering that there were but 3 trained nurses in the Victoria Hospital to administer to the needs of the whole garrison. Therefore, though I talked of going south every day by one of the overcrowded trains to Cape Town, in which the Government was offering free tickets to any who wished to avail themselves of the opportunity, I secretly hoped to be allowed to remain. We had taken a tiny cottage in the town, and we had all our meals at Dixon's Hotel, where the food was weird, but where certainly no depression of spirits reigned. I even bought a white pony called Dop from a Johannesburg polo player, and this pony, one of the best I have ever ridden, had, later on, some curious experiences. One day Dr. Jameson arrived on his way to Rhodesia, but he was hustled away with more haste than courtesy by General Baden-Powell, who bluntly told him that if he meant to stay in the town, a battery of artillery would be required to defend it, and of field guns, in spite of urgent representations, not one had reached us from Cape Town. We used to ride morning and evening on the flat country which surrounds Mafeking, where no tree or hill obscures the view for miles, and one then realized what a tiny place the seat of government of the Bechuanaland Protectorate really was, a mere speck of corrugated iron roofs on the brown expanse of the burnt-up veldt, far away from everywhere. I think it was this very isolation that created the interest in the siege at home, and one of the reasons why the Boers were so anxious to reduce it was that this town was practically the jumping-off place for the Jameson raid. So passed the days till October 13, when the sword, which had been suspended by a hair, suddenly fell. On that day Major Gould Adams received a wire from the High Commissioner at Cape Town to the effect that the South African Republic had sent an ultimatum to Her Majesty's Government, in which it demanded the removal of all troops from the Transvaal borders, fixing 5 o'clock the following evening as a limit for their withdrawal. I had delayed my departure too long; it was extremely doubtful whether another train would be allowed to pass south, and even when started it would stand a great chance of being wrecked by the Boers tearing up the rails. Under these circumstances I was allotted comparatively safe quarters at the house of Mr. Benjamin Wheel, of the firm of the well-known South African merchants. His residence stood in the centre of the little town, adjacent to the railway station. At that time bomb-proof underground shelters, with which Mafeking afterwards abounded, had not been thought of, or time had not sufficed for their construction. On all sides one heard reproaches levelled at the Cape Government, and especially at General Sir William Butler, until lately commanding the troops in Cape Colony, for having so long withheld the modest reinforcements which had been persistently asked for, and above all the very necessary artillery. At that date the Mafeking garrison consisted of about 700 or 800 trained troops. The artillery, under Major Panzera, comprised 4 old muzzle-loading 7-pounder guns with a short range, a 1-pound Hotchkiss, 1 Nordenfeldt, and about 7.303 Maxims, in fact, no large modern pieces whatever. The town guard, hastily enrolled, amounted to 441 defenders, among whom nationalities were curiously mixed, as the following table shows: British 378, Germans 4, Americans 4, Russians 6, Dutch 27, Norwegians 5, Swedes 2, Arabs and Indians 15, total 441. This force did not appear sufficiently strong to resist the 3,000 or 4,000 Boers with field guns, who were advancing to its attack under one of their best generals, namely Cronje. But everyone remained wonderfully calm, and the townspeople rose to the occasion in a most creditable manner. Very late that same evening, just as I was going to bed, I received a message from Colonel Baden-Powell, through one of his staff, to say he had just been informed on trustworthy authority that no less than 8,000 burghers composed the force likely to arrive on the morrow, that it was probable they would rush the town, and that the garrison would be obliged to fight its way out. He concluded by begging me to leave at once by road for the nearest point of safety. Naturally, I had to obey. I shall never forget that night. It was cold and gusty after a hot day, with frequent clouds obscuring the moon, as we walked round to Major Gould Adams' house to secure a Cape cart and some Government mules in order that I might depart at dawn. At first I was ordered to Kanya, a mission station some 70 miles away, an oasis in the Kalahari Desert. This plan gave rise to a paragraph which I afterwards saw in some of the daily papers, that I had left Mafeking under the escort of a missionary, and some cheery spirit made a sketch of my supposed departure, as reproduced here. Later on, however, it was thought provisions might run short in that secluded spot, so I was told to proceed to Setlagoli, a tiny store, or hotel as we should call it, with a shop attached, 35 miles south in Bechuanaland, on the main road to Kimberly, from which quarter eventually succour was expected. My few preparations completed, I simply had to sit down and wait for daybreak, sleep being entirely out of the question. In the night the wind increased, and howled mournfully round the house. At 4 o'clock, when day was about to break, I was ready to start, and some farewells had to be said. These were calm, but not cheerful, for it was my firm belief that in all human probability I should never see the familiar faces again, knowing well they would sell their lives dearly. It was reported amongst my friends at home that in order to escape from Mafeking, my maid and myself had ridden 200 miles. One newspaper extract was sent me which said, concerning this fictitious ride, that it was all very well for Lady Sarah, who doubtless was accustomed to violent exercise, but we commiserate her poor maid. Their pity was wasted, for the departure of my German maid Metelka and myself took place prosaically in that most vile of all vehicles, a Cape cart. 6 fine mules were harnessed to our conveyance, and our 2 small portmanteaus were strapped on behind. The Jehu was a Cape boy, and, to complete the cortege, my white pony Dop brought up the rear, ridden by a Zulu called Velum. This boy, formerly Dr. Jameson's servant, remained my faithful attendant during the siege. Beneath his dusky skin beat a heart of gold, and to him I could safely have confided uncounted treasures. As the daylight increased, so did the wind in violence. It was blowing a perfect gale, and the dust and sand were blinding. We outspanned for breakfast 12 miles out, at the farm of a presumably loyal Dutchman. Then on again, the wind by now having become a hurricane, aggravated by the intensely hot rays of a scorching sun. I have never experienced such a miserable drive, and I almost began to understand the feelings of people who commit suicide. However, the long day wore to a close, and at length we reached Setlagoli store and hotel, kept by a nice old Scotch couple, Mr. and Mrs. Fraser. The latter was most kind, and showed us 2 nice clean rooms. Here, anyway, I trusted to find a haven of rest. This hope was of short duration, for Sergeant Matthews, in charge of the mountain police depot, soon came and told me natives reported several hundred Boers at Kraaipan, only 10 miles away. He said they were lying in wait for the 2nd armoured train, which was expected to pass to Mafeking that very night, carrying the howitzers so badly needed there, and some Luddite shells. The sergeant opined the Boers would probably come on here if victorious, and loot the store, and he added that such marauding bands were more to be feared than the disciplined ones under Cronje. He even suggested my leaving by moonlight that very night. The driver, however, was unwilling to move, and we were all so exhausted that I decided to risk it and remain, the faithful sergeant promising to send scouts out and warn us should the enemy be approaching. I was fully determined that, having left Mafeking, where I might have been of use, I would run no risks of capture or impertinence from the burghers, who would also certainly commandeer our cart, pony, and mules. Then followed another endless night. The moon set at 1 a.m., and occasionally I was roused by the loud and continuous barking of the farm dogs. At 4 o'clock Velum's dusky countenance peered into the room, which opened onto the stoep, as do nearly all the apartments of these hotels, to ask if the mules should be inspanned, for these natives were all in wholesale dread of the Boers. Hearing all was quiet, I told him to wait till the sergeant appeared. About an hour later I opened my door to have a look at the weather. The wind had dropped completely. The sky was cloudless, and a faint tinge of pink on the distant horizon denoted where the east lay. I was about to shut it again and dress, when a dull booming noise arrested my attention, then almost froze the blood in my veins. There was no mistaking the firing of big guns at no very great distance. We are accustomed to such a sound when salutes are fired, or on a field day, but I assure those who have not had a like experience that to hear the same in actual warfare, and to know that each detonation is dealing death and destruction to human beings and property, sends a shiver down the back akin to that produced by icy cold water. I counted 4 or 5. Then there it was again, and again, and again, till altogether I reckoned 20 shots, followed by impressive silence once more, so intense in the quiet peace of the morning landscape. On the farm, however, there was stir and bustle enough. Alarmed natives gathered in a group, weird figures with blankets round their shoulders, for the air was exceedingly cold, all looking with straining eyes in the direction of Kraipan, from where the firing evidently came. I soon joined the people, white and black, in front of the store, and before long a mounted Kaffir rode wildly up, and proceeded with many gesticulations to impart information in his own tongue. His story took some time, but at last a farmer turned round and told me the engagement had been with the armoured train, as we had anticipated, and that the latter had "fallen down," as the Kaffir expressed it, owing to the rails being pulled up. What had been the fate of its occupants he did not know, as he had left in terror when the big gun opened fire. Curiously enough, as I afterwards learnt, these shots were the first fired during the war. Remembering the sergeant's warning, I decided to start at once for Mosita, 25 miles further away from the border, leaving Velum to bring on any further intelligence when the sergeant, who had been away all night watching the Boers, returned. We now traversed a fine open grassy country, very desolate, with no human habitation. The only signs of life were various fine pauws stalking sedately along, or korans starting up with their curious chuckle, rather like the note of a pheasant, or a covey of guinea fowls scurrying across the road and losing themselves in the waving grass. Meanwhile the driver kept up an incessant conversation with the mules, and I found myself listening to his varying epithets with stupefied curiosity. During that 4 hours' drive we only met 2 natives and one huge herd of cattle, which were being driven by mounted Kaffirs armed with rifles to Mosita, our destination, where it was hoped they would be out of the way of marauding Boers. At last we reached the native stadt of Mosita, where our appearance created great excitement. Crowds of swarthy men and youths rushed out to question our driver as to news. The latter waxed eloquent in words and gestures, imitating even the noise of the big gun, which seemed to produce great enthusiasm among these simple folk. Their ruling passion, I afterwards found, was hatred and fear of the Boers, and their dearest wish to possess guns and ammunition to join the English in driving them back and to defend their cattle. In the distance we could see the glimmering blue waters of a huge dam, beyond which was the farm and homestead of a loyal colonial farmer named Keeley, whose hospitality I had been told to seek. Close by were the barracks, with 7 or 8 occupants, the same sort of depot as Setlagoli. I asked to see Mrs. Keeley, and boldly announced we had come to beg a few nights' lodging. We were most warmly received and made welcome. The kindness of the Keeleys is a bright spot in my recollection of those dark weeks. Mrs. Keeley herself was in a dreadful state of anxiety, as she had that very day received a letter from her husband in Mafeking, whither he had proceeded on business, to say he had found he must remain and help defend the town. His assistance was urgently needed there in obtaining information respecting the Boers from the natives, whose language he talked like his own. She had 5 small children, and was shortly expecting an addition to her family, so at last I had found someone who was more to be pitied than myself. She, on the other hand, told me our arrival was a godsend to her, as it took her thoughts off her troubles. Affairs in the neighbourhood seemed in a strange confusion. Mr. Keeley was actually the Veldtcornet of the district, an office which, in times of peace, corresponded to that of a magistrate. In reality he was shut up in Mafeking, siding against the Dutch. The surrounding country was peopled entirely, if sparsely, by Dutch farmers and natives, the former of whom at first and before our reverses professed sympathy with the English. But no wonder the poor wife looked to the future with dread, fearful lest British disasters would be followed by Boer reprisals. Towards sunset Velum appeared with a note from Sergeant Matthews. It ran as follows: "The armoured train captured, its 15 occupants all killed. Boers opened fire on the train with field artillery. In our isolation these words sank into our souls like lead, and were intensified by the fact that we had that very morning been so near the scene of the tragedy. Reverse I would not allow it to be called, for 15 men had tried conclusions with 400 Boers, and had been merely hopelessly outnumbered. The latter had, however, scored an initial success, and the intelligence cast a gloom, even where all was blackest night. Bellum brought a few more verbal details, to the effect that Sergeant Matthews had actually succeeded in stopping the armoured train after pursuing it on horseback for some way, expecting every moment to be taken for a Boer and fired on. He asked to speak to the officer in charge, and a young man put his head over the truck. Matthews then told him that several hundred Boers were awaiting the train, strongly entrenched, and that the metals were up for about 3/4 of a mile. "Is that all?" was the answer. Then, turning to the engine driver, "Go straight ahead." Here was a conspicuous instance of English foolhardy pluck. The evening was a lovely one. I took a walk along the road by which we had come in the morning, and was soothed by the peaceful serenity of the surrounding country. It seemed to be impossible that men were killing each other only a few short miles away. The herd of cattle we had passed came into view and caught sight of the water in the dam. It was curious to see the whole herd, some 500 or 600 beasts, break into a clumsy canter, and, with a bellowing noise, dash helter-skelter to the water, big oxen with huge branching horns, meek-eyed cows, young bullocks and tiny calves, all joining in the rush for a welcome drink after a long hot day on the veldt. The last news that came in that evening was that all the wires were cut north and south of Mafeking, and the telegraphists fled as their lives had been threatened. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. Chapter 7 of South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. In a rebellious colony. Visit to Vryburg during the Boer occupation. I pass off as a Dutchman's sister. Quote, "The days are so long, and there are so many of them." Unquote. Du Maurier. During the weeks I remained at Mosita, the only book I had to read was Trilby, which I perused many times, and the lament of the heroine in the line quoted above seemed to re-echo my sentiments. For days and days we were absolutely without news. It is impossible after a lapse of time to realize exactly what that short sentence really means. I must ask my readers to remember that we talked and thought of one topic only. We looked incessantly in the one direction by which messengers might come. Our nerves were so strained that, did we but see one of the natives running across the yard, or hear them conversing in louder tones than usual, we at once thought there must be news, and jumped up from any occupation with which we were trying to beguile the time, only to sink back on our chairs, again disappointed. As for knowing what was passing in the world, one might as well have been in another planet. We saw no papers, and there was not much prospect of obtaining any. Before the war we had all talked lightly of wires being cut and railway lines pulled up, but in truth I do not think anyone realized what these two calamities really meant. My only comfort was the reflection that, no matter how hard they were fighting in Mafeking, they could not be suffering the terrible boredom that we were enduring. To such an extent in this monotony did I lose the count of time, that I had to look in the almanac to be able to say in biblical language, "The evening and the morning were the 6th day." At length one evening, when we were sitting on the stoep after supper, we descried a rider approaching on a very tired horse. Rushing to the gate, we were handed letters from Mafeking. It can be imagined how we devoured them. They told of 3 determined attacks on the town on the 3rd day after I had left, all successfully repulsed, and of a bombardment on the following Monday. The latter had been somewhat of a farce, and had done no damage except to 1 or 2 buildings, which, by an irony of fate, included the Dutch church and hotel and the convent. The shells were of such poor quality that they were incapable of any explosive force whatever. After 9 hours' bombardment, although some narrow escapes were recorded, the only casualties were 1 chicken killed and 1 dog wounded. An emissary from Commandant Snyman had then come solemnly into the town under a flag of truce, to demand an unconditional surrender to avoid further bloodshed. Colonel Baden-Powell politely replied that, as far as he was concerned, operations had not begun. The messenger was given refreshment at Dixon's Hotel, where lunch was laid out as usual. This had astonished him considerably, as presumably he had expected to find but few survivors. He was then sent about his business. Gordon, who imagined me at Setlagoli, concluded his letter by saying the Colonel had informed General Cronje of my presence at Mrs. Fraser's, and begged him to leave me unmolested. This news, which had come by a Daily Mail correspondent on his way south to send off cables, was satisfactory as far as it went, and we at once dispatched a trusty old nigger called Boaz with a tiny note, folded microscopically in an old cartridge case, to give the garrison news of the surrounding country. This old man proved a reliable and successful messenger. On many occasions he penetrated the cordon into the beleaguered town, and during the first 2 months he was practically the sole means they had of receiving news. His task was, of course, a risky one, and we used to pay him £3 each way, but he never failed us. Now commenced a fresh period of anxious waiting, and during this time I had leisure and opportunity to study the characteristics of these Boer farmers and their wives, and to learn what a curious race they are. Mrs. Keeley told me a great deal of their ideas, habits, and ways, in which low cunning is combined with extreme curiosity and naïve simplicity. Many of the fathers and sons in the neighbourhood had slunk off to fight across the border, sending meanwhile their wives and daughters to call on Mrs. Keeley and condole with her in what they termed her trouble, and to ascertain at the same time all the circumstances of the farm and domestic circle. A curious thing happened one day. Directly after breakfast, an old shuntrijdan drove up with a typical Dutch family as occupants. Mrs. Keeley, busy with household matters, pulled a long face, knowing what was before her. No questions as to being at home, disengaged, or follies of that sort were asked. The horses were solemnly outspanned and allowed to roam. The family party had come to spend the day. Seated gravely in the dining room, they were refreshed by coffee and cold meat. Mrs. Keeley remarked to me privately that the best thing to do was to put quantities of food before them and then leave them, and, beyond a few passing words as she went in and out of the room, I did not make out that they went in for entertaining each other. So they sat for hours, saying nothing, doing nothing. When Mrs. Keeley wanted me to have lunch, she asked them to remove to the stoep, and in this request they seemed to find nothing strange. Finally, about 5 o'clock, they went away, much to the relief of their hostess. Not, however, before the latter had shrewdly guessed the real object of their visit, which was to find out about myself. Report had reached them that Mafeking was in the hands of the Dutch, that the only survivor of the garrison had escaped in woman's clothes, had been wandering on the veldt for days, and had finally been taken in here. "Ach," said the old vrouw, "I would be afraid to meet him. Is he really here?" This remark she made to Mrs. Keeley's brother, who could hardly conceal his amusement, but, to reassure her, displayed the cart and mules by which I had come. If in England we had heard of the arrival of a unicorn in an aeroplane, we should not have shown more anxiety or taken more trouble to hear about the strange creature than did they concerning myself. Their curiosity did not end here. What was Mr. Keeley doing in Mafeking? Was he fighting for the English? How many head of cattle had they on the farm? And so on ad libitum. Mrs. Keeley, however, knew her friends well, and was quite capable of dealing with them, so they probably spent an unprofitable day. On another occasion, an English farmer named Leipner looked in, and gave us some information about Vryburg. This town was absolutely undefended, and was occupied by the Boers without a shot being fired. The ceremony of the hoisting of the Vierkleur had been attended by the whole countryside, and had taken place with much psalm singing and praying, interlarded with bragging and boasting. He told me also that some of the rumours current in the town, and firmly credited, reported that Oom Paul had annexed Bechuanaland, that he was then about to take Cape Colony, after which he would allow no troops to land, and the Rooineks would have been pushed into the sea. His next step would be to take England. Mr. Leipner assured me the more ignorant Boers had not an idea where England was situated, nor did they know that a great ocean rolled between it and this continent. In fact, they gloried in their want of knowledge, and were insulted if they received a letter in any tongue but their own. He related one tale to illustrate their ignorance. An old burgher and his vrouw were sitting at home one Sunday afternoon. Seeing the predikant coming, the old man hastily opened his Bible and began to read at random. The clergyman came in, and looking over his shoulder said, "Ah, I see you are reading in the Holy Book, the death of Christ." "Allemachtig," said the old lady. "Is he dead indeed? You see, Jan," to her husband, "you never will buy a newspaper, so we never know what goes on in the world." Mr. Leipner said this story loses in being told in English instead of in the original Dutch. He reiterated they did not wish for education for themselves or for their children. If the young people can read and write, they are considered very good scholars. This gentleman also expressed great satisfaction at Sir Alfred Milner and Mr. Chamberlain being at the head of affairs, which he said was the only thing that gave the colonials confidence. Even now so many feared England would give way in the end. I assured him of this there was no possibility, and then he said, "The Transvaal has been a bad place for Englishmen to live these many years, but if Great Britain fails us again, we must be off, for then it will be impossible." I was given to understand that the Boers exhibited great curiosity as to who Mr. Chamberlain was, and that they firmly believed he had made money in Rand mining shares and gold companies. Others fancied he was identical with the maker of Chamberlain's cough syrup, which is advertised everywhere in the colony. Early in November we had a great surprise. Mr. Keeley himself turned up from Mafeking, having been given leave from the town guard to look after his wife and farm. He had to ride for his life to escape the Boers, who were drawing much closer to the town, and the news he brought was not altogether reassuring. True, he stated that the garrison were in splendid spirits, and that they no longer troubled themselves about the daily bombardments, as dug-out shelters had been constructed. The young men, he said, vied with each other in begging for permission to join scouting parties at night, to pepper the Boers, often as a result having a brush with the enemy and several casualties. All the same, they would return at a gallop, laughing and joking. There had been, however, several very severe fights, notably one on Kanonkopi, where 2 very able officers and many men had been killed. In such a small garrison this loss was a serious one, and the death toll was growing apace, for, besides the frequent attacks, the rifle fire in the streets was becoming very unpleasant. Intelligence was also to hand of the Boers bringing up one of the Pretoria siege guns, capable of firing a 94-pound shell. This was to be dragged across the Transvaal at a snail's pace by a team of 20 oxen, so secure were they against any interruption from the south. Against these depressing items, he gave intelligence of an incident that had greatly alarmed the Boers. It seemed that, to get rid of 2 trucks of dynamite standing in the railway station, which were considered a danger, the same had been sent off to a siding some 8 miles north. The engine driver unhitched them and made good his escape. The Boers, thinking the trucks full of soldiers, immediately commenced bombarding them till they exploded with terrific force. This chance affair gave the Boers the idea that Mafeking was full of dynamite, and later, when I was in the laager, they told me one of the reasons why they had never pressed an attack home was that they knew the whole town was mined. Mr. Keeley also told us of a tragedy that had greatly disturbed the little circle of defenders. The very evening that the victims of the Canon Kopje fight were laid to rest, Lieutenant Murchison, of the Protectorate Regiment, had, in consequence of a dispute, shot dead with his revolver at Dixon's Hotel the war correspondent of the London Daily Chronicle, a Mr. Parslow. I afterwards learnt that the court-martial which sat on the former had 14 sessions, in consequence of its only being able to deliberate for half an hour at a time in the evening, when the firing was practically over. The prisoner was ably defended by a Dutch lawyer named De Kock, and, owing to his having done good service during the siege, was strongly recommended to mercy, although sentenced to be shot. The most satisfactory points we gleaned were the splendid behaviour of the townspeople, and the fine stand made by the natives when the Boers attacked their stadt, adjacent to the town. The number of Boer field guns Mr. Keeley stated to be 9 of the newest type, besides the monster expected from Pretoria. He also said more expert gunners and better ammunition had arrived. As to his own position, Mr. Keeley was by no means sure that either his life or his property were safe, but he relied on his influence with his neighbours, which was considerable, and he thought he would be able to keep them quiet, and on their farms. One night, just as my maid was going to bed, she suddenly saw, in the bright moonlight, a tall figure step out of the shadow of the fir trees. For an instant a marauding Boer, a daily bugbear for weeks, flashed across her mind, but the next moment she recognized Sergeant Matthews from Setlagoli. He had ridden over post-haste to tell us the Boers were swarming there, and that he and his men had evacuated the barracks. He also warned us the same commander was coming here on the morrow, and advised that all the cattle on the farm should be driven to a place of safety. This information did not conduce to a peaceful night, but, anyway, it gave one something to think of besides Mafeking. I buried a small jewel case and my dispatch box in the garden, and then we went calmly to bed to await these unwelcome visitors. Mr. Keeley had fortunately left the day before on a business visit to a neighbouring farmer, for his presence would rather have contributed to our danger than to our safety. When we awoke, all was peaceful, and there was every indication of a piping hot day. Mrs. Keeley was very calm and sensible, and did not anticipate any rudeness. We decided to receive the burghers civilly and offer them coffee, trusting that the exodus of all the cattle would not rouse their ire. Our elaborate preparations were wasted, for the Boers did not come. The weary hours dragged on, the sun crawled across the steely blue heavens, and finally sank, almost grudgingly it seemed, into the west, leaving the coast clear for the glorious full moon. The stars came out one by one. The goats and kids came wandering back to the homestead with loud bleatings, and presently everything seemed to sleep. Everything except our strained nerves and aching eyes, which had looked all day for Boers, and above all for news, and had looked in vain. We still continued to have alarms. One day we saw a horseman wrapped in a long cloak up to his chin, surmounted by a huge slouch hat, ride into the yard. Mrs. Keeley exclaimed it was certainly a Boer, and that he had no doubt come to arrest Mr. Keeley. I was positive the unknown was an Englishman, but she was so shrewd that I really believed her, and kept out of sight, as she directed, while she sent her brother to question him. It turned out that the rider was the same Daily Mail correspondent who had cut his way out of Mafeking in order to send his cables, and that he was now on his way back to the besieged town. The growth of a 2 weeks' beard had given him such an unkempt appearance as to make even sharp Mrs. Keeley mistake him for a Boer. He had had an interesting if risky ride, which he appeared to have accomplished with energy and dash, if perhaps with some imprudence. It was the continued dearth of news, not only concerning Mafeking, but also of what was going on in the rest of South Africa, that made me at length endeavour to get news from Vryburg. As a first step, I lent Dop to a young Dutchman named Betrayal, who was anxious to go to that township to sell some fat cattle. This youth, who belonged to a respectable Boer family, of course heart and soul against the English, was overwhelmed with gratitude for the loan of the horse, and in consequence I stood high in their good graces. They little knew it was for my sake, not theirs, that they had my pony. By this messenger we sent letters for the English mail, and a note to the magistrate, begging him to forward us newspapers and any reliable intelligence. I also enclosed a cheque to be cashed, for I was running short of English gold wherewith to pay our nigger letter carriers. I must confess I hardly expected to find anyone confiding enough to part with bullion, but Mr. Betrayal duly returned in a few days with the money, and said they were very pleased to get rid of gold in exchange for a cheque on a London bank. He also, however, brought back our letters, which had been refused at the post office, as they would take no letters except with Transvaal stamps, and for ours, of course, we had used those of Cape Colony. The magistrate wrote me a miserable letter, saying his office had been seized by the Boers, who held a daily Kriegsraad there, and that he had received a safe conduct to depart. The striking part of the communication was that a line had been put through, on H.M. service, on the top of the official envelope. I was really glad to find the young man had done no good with his own business, having failed to dispose of any of his cattle. He, a Dutchman, had returned with the feeling that no property was safe for the moment, and much alarmed by the irresponsible talk of those burghers who had nothing to lose and everything to gain by this period of confusion and upheaval. He also greatly disturbed Mr. Keeley by saying they meant to wreak vengeance on any who had fought for the English, and by warning him that a commando would surely pass his way. Further news, which this young man proceeded to relate in his awful jargon, was that Oom Paul and all his grandchildren and nephews had gone to Bulawayo. From there he meant to commence a triumphal march southward, that Kimberly had capitulated, and that Joubert and his army had taken possession of Ladysmith. To all this Mrs. Keeley had to listen with polite attention. Luckily I did not understand the import of what he said till he had taken himself off, with an unusually deep bow of thanks to myself. The only comfort we derived was the reflection that these lies were too audacious to be aught, but inventions made up to clinch the wavering and timid spirits. No matter how miserable people in England were then, they will never realize fully what it meant to pass those black months in the midst of a Dutch population. One felt oneself indeed alone amongst foes. Smarting under irritation and annoyance, I decided to go myself to Vryburg, Dutch town though it had become, and see if I could not ascertain the truth of these various reports, which I feared might filter into Mafeking and depress the garrison. Mr. Keeley did not disapprove of my trip, as he was as anxious as myself to know how the land lay, and he arranged that Mrs. Keeley's brother, Mr. Coleman, should drive me there in a trap and a pair of ponies. For the benefit of the gossips, I stated as an ostensible reason for my visit that I had toothache. I was much excited at the prospect of visiting the Boer headquarters in that part of the country, and seeing with my own eyes the Transvaal flag flying in the town of a British colony. Therefore I thought nothing of undertaking a 60 miles drive in broiling heat and along a villainous road. The drive itself was utterly uneventful. We passed several Dutch farmhouses, many of them untenanted, owing to the so-called loyal colonial owners having flocked to the Transvaal flag at Vryburg. All these houses, distinguished by their slovenly and miserable appearance, were built of a rough brick or mud, with tiny windows apparently added as an afterthought, in any position regardless of symmetry. Towards sundown we arrived at a roadside store, where we were kindly entertained for the night by the proprietors, a respectable Jewish couple. About 5 miles from Vryburg a party of 30 horsemen appeared on the brow of the hill. These were the first Boers I had seen mounted in fighting array, and I made sure they would ride up and ask our business. But apparently we were not interesting enough in appearance, for they circled away in another direction. The road now descended into a sort of basin or hollow, wherein lay the snug little town of Vryburg, with its neat houses and waving trees, and beyond it we could see the white tents of the Boer laager. A young Dutchman had recently described Vryburg to me as a town which looked as if it had gone for a walk and got lost, and as we drove up to it I remembered his words, and saw that his simile was rather an apt one. There seemed no reason, beyond its site in a sheltered basin, why Vryburg should have been chosen for the capital of British Bechuanaland. The railway was at least a mile away on the east, and so hidden was the town that until you were close on it you could barely see the roofs of the houses. Then suddenly the carriage drove into the main street, which boasted of some quite respectable shops. The first thing that attracted our notice was the courthouse, almost hidden in trees, through which glimmered the folds of the gaudy Dutch standard. Before the court were armed Boers, apparently sentries, while others were passing in and out or lounging outside. Another group were busy poring over a notice affixed on a tree, which we were told was the latest war news. War news. Latest reports. Price 3d. Vryburg, October 31, 1899. Mafeking speechless with terror. Kimberly trembles. 40 English soldiers desert to join our ranks. It appears, by telegram received this morning, that the burghers started firing on Mafeking with the big cannon. The town is on fire and is full of smoke. The British troops in Natal met the burghers at Elandslaagte. The battlefield was kept by the burghers under General Prinsloo. 2 were killed, 4 wounded. We drove down the street and pulled up at the Central Hotel, where I got capital rooms and was most civilly received by the manager, an Englishman. The latter, however, could hardly conceal his surprise at my visit at this moment. He at once advised me not to mention my name or show myself too much, as that very day a new Landtrost had arrived to take charge of the town, and strict regulations respecting the coming and going of the inhabitants and visitors were being made. He then gave me some splendid news of the Natal border, the first intelligence of the victories of Dundee, Elandslaagte, and Glencoe. To hear of those alone was worth the long drive, and he also showed me the Dutch reports of these same engagements, which really made one smile. On every occasion victory had remained with the burghers, while the English dead and prisoners varied in numbers from 500 to 1,300, according to the mood of the composer of the dispatch. The greatest losses the burghers had sustained up to then in any one engagement were 2 killed and 3 wounded. The spoils of war taken by the Dutch were of extraordinary value, and apparently they had but to show themselves for every camp to be evacuated. They were kind enough to translate these wonderful dispatches into a sort of primitive English, of which printed slips could be bought for 3d. The hotel manager said if they did not invent these lies and cook the real account, the burghers would desert en masse. So afraid were their leaders of news filtering in from English sources that all messengers were closely watched and searched. In the afternoon I drove up to the little hospital to see 3 of the occupants of the ill-fated armoured train. They were all convalescent, and said that they were being very kindly treated in every way, but that the Boer doctoring was of the roughest description, the surgeon's only assistant being a chemist boy, and trained nurses were replaced by a few well-meaning but clumsy Dutch girls, while chloroform or sedatives were quite unknown. It was grievous to hear of all the government military provisions, police, and private properties being carted off by the powers that be, and not a little annoying for the inhabitants to have to put all their stores at the disposal of the burghers, who had been literally clothed from head to foot since their arrival. The owners only received a brief or note of credit on the Transvaal Government at Pretoria, to be paid after the war. For fear of exciting curiosity, I did not walk about much, but observed from the windows of my sitting room the mounted burghers patrolling the town, sometimes at a foot's pace, more often at a smart canter. I felt I never wished to see another Boer. I admitted to myself they sat on their horses well, and that their rifles seemed a familiar friend, but when you have seen one, you have seen them all. I never could have imagined so many men absolutely alike. All had long straggling beards, old felt hats, shabby clothes, and some evil-looking countenances. Most of those I saw were men from 40 to 50 years of age, but there were also a few sickly-looking youths, who certainly did not look bold warriors. These had not arrived at the dignity of a beard, but instead cultivated feeble whiskers. After I had seen and heard all I could, came the question of getting away. The manager told me the Landrost had now forbidden any of the residents to leave the town, and that he did not think I could get a pass. However, my Dutch friend was equal to the occasion. He applied for leave to return to his farm with his sister, having only come in for provisions. After a long hesitation it was given him, and we decided to set out at daybreak, fearful lest the permission might be retracted, as it certainly would have been had my identity and his deception been discovered, and we should both have been ignominiously lodged in a Boer jail. As the sun was rising, we left Vryburg. On the outskirts of the town we were made to halt by 8 or 10 Boers, whose duty it was to examine the passes of travellers. It can be imagined how my heart beat as I was made to descend from the cart. I was wearing a shabby old ulster which had been lent me at the hotel for this purpose. Round a battered sailor hat I had wound a wooden shawl, which, with the help of a veil, almost completely concealed my identity. It had been arranged that Mr. Coleman should tell them that I was suffering from toothache and swollen face. The ordeal of questioning my supposed brother and examining our passports took some minutes, the longest I have ever experienced. He contrived to satisfy these inquisitors, and with a feeling of relief we bundled into the cart again and started on our long drive to Mosita. On that occasion we accomplished the 60 miles in one day, so afraid were we of being pursued. On my return to Mosita, I at once dispatched old Boaz to Mafeking, giving them the intelligence of the victories in Natal. This proved to be the first news that reached them from the more important theatre of the war. Our life now became uneventful once more. One day an old Irish lady, wife of a neighbouring farmer, dropped in for a chat. She was a nice old woman, as true as steel, and terribly worried by these dreadful times. She had a married daughter in the Transvaal, and a brother also, whose sons, as well as daughters' husbands, would, she sorely feared, be commandeered to fight, in which case they might unknowingly be shooting her own relations over the border. It was the same tale of misery, anxiety, and wretchedness everywhere, and the war was but a few weeks old. The population in that colony, whether Dutch or English, was so closely mixed together, their real interests so parallel, that it resolved itself locally into a veritable civil war. It was all the more dreadful that these poor farmers, after having lost all their cattle by rinderpest, had just succeeded in getting together fresh herds, and were hoping for renewed prosperity. Then came the almost certain chance of their beasts being raided, of their stores being looted, and of their women and children having to seek shelter to avoid rough treatment and incivility. Often during the long evenings, especially when I was suffering from depression of spirits, I used to argue with Mr. Keeley about the war and whether it was necessary. It seemed to me then we were not justified in letting loose such a millstream of wretchedness and of destruction, and that the alleged wrongs of a large white population, who, in spite of everything, seemed to prosper and grow rich apace, scarcely justified the sufferings of thousands of innocent individuals. Mr. Keeley was a typical old colonist, one who knew the Boers and their character well, and I merely quote what he said, as no doubt it was, and is, the opinion of many other such men. He opined that this struggle was bound to come, declaring that all the thinking men of the country had foreseen it. The intolerance of the Boers, their arrogance, their ignorance, on which they prided themselves, all proclaimed them as unfit to rule over white or black people. Of late years had crept in an element of treachery and disloyalty, emanating from their jealousy of the English, which by degrees was bound to permeate the whole country, spreading southward to Cape Colony itself, till the idea of Africa for the Dutch and the English in the sea would have been a war cry that might have dazzled hundreds of today's so-called loyal colonists. He even asserted that those at the head of affairs in England had shown great perspicacity and a clear insight into the future. If, at the Bloemfontein Conference, or after, Kruger had given the 5 years' franchise, and the dispute had been patched up for the moment, it would have been the greatest misfortune that could have happened. The intriguing in the colony, the reckless expenditure of the Transvaal Secret Service money, the bribery and corruption of the most corrupt government of modern times, would have gone on as before, and things would soon have been as bad as ever. Mr. Keeley was positive that it was jealousy that had engendered this race hatred one heard so much about. Even the well-to-do Dutch knew the English were superior to them in knowledge and enterprise. At the same time, any English invention was looked upon with awe and interest. They were wont to copy us in many respects, and if a Dutch girl had the chance of marrying an Englishman, old or young, poor or rich, she did not wait to be asked a second time. There is no doubt the women were a powerful factor in Boerland. Even a Britisher married to a Dutch woman seemed at once to consider her people as his people, and the Transvaal as his fatherland. These women were certainly the most bitter against the English. They urged their husbands in the district to go and join the commandos, and their language was cruel and bloodthirsty. Towards the middle of November I decided that I could not remain in my present quarters much longer. My presence was attracting unwelcome attention to my kind host and hostess, albeit they would not admit it. From the report that I was a man dressed as a woman, the rumour had now changed to the effect that I was a granddaughter of Queen Victoria, sent specially out by Her Majesty to inform her of the proceedings of her rebellious subjects. Another person had heard I was the wife of the General who was giving the Boers so much trouble at Mafeking. I determined, therefore, to return to Mrs. Fraser's hotel, which was always a stage nearer Mafeking, whither I was anxious to return eventually. As a matter of fact, there was no alternative resting place. It was impossible to pass south to Kimberly. To the west lay the Kalahari Desert, and to the east the Transvaal. With many grateful thanks to the Keeleys, I rode off one morning, with Willem in attendance, to Setlagoli, which I had left a month before. We thought it prudent to make sure there were no Boers about before bringing the Government mules and cart. Therefore I arranged for my maid to follow in this vehicle if she heard nothing to the contrary within 24 hours. Mrs. Fraser was delighted to see me, and reported the Boers all departed after a temporary occupation. So there I settled down for another period of weary waiting. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. Chapter 8 of South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Betrayed by a pigeon. The Boers come at last. Quote, "For a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which has wings shall tell the matter." Unquote. Ecclesiastes 20. The day after my arrival at Setlagoli, some natives came in with apparently well authenticated news of an English victory near Vryburg. They also asserted that the line was already being relayed to Maribogo, and that the railway servants had returned to that station. I drove over at once to prove the truth of their statements. Of course, I found they were all false, except the fact of the station master having returned to the barricaded and desolate station. I discovered him sitting disconsolately at the door of his ruined house, gloomily perusing Nicholas Nickleby. On returning home, I was delighted to find interesting letters from Mr. and Mrs. Rochefort Maguire, who were shut up in Kimberly, as was also Mr. Rhodes. The latter had dispatched them by a boy, ordered to continue his journey to Mafeking with other missives, and also with some colonial newspapers. These latter, only about a fortnight old, we fairly spelled through before sending them on. They were already so mutilated by constant unfolding that in parts they were scarcely decipherable, but none the less very precious. 2 days later arrived a representative of Reuter's agency, whom I shall call Mr. P. He had come by rail on horseback straight from Cape Town, and he was also under orders to proceed to Mafeking, but his horses were so done up that he decided to give them a few days' rest. I took advantage of his escort to carry out a long-cherished desire to see the wreck of the armoured train at Kraipan. Accompanied by a boy to show us the way, we started after an early lunch. As it was a Sunday, there was not much fear of our meeting any Boers, as the latter were always engaged that day in psalm-singing and devotions. We cantered gaily along, passing many Kaffir huts, outside of which were grouped wondering natives in their Sunday best. These kept up a lively conversation with our guide as long as we remained within earshot. I was always impressed with the freemasonry that existed in that country among the blacks. Everywhere they found acquaintances, and very often relations. They used to tell me that such and such a man was their wife's cousin or their aunt's brother. Moreover, as long as you were accompanied by a native, you were always sure of certain information concerning the whereabouts of the Boers, but to these latter they would lie, with stupid, solemn faces. When we neared Kraipan, we came to a region of rocks and koppies, truly a God-forsaken country. Leaving our horses in the native stadt, we proceeded on foot to the scene of the disaster. There was not much to see after all, merely a pilot-armoured engine, firmly embedded its whole length in the gravel. Next to this an ordinary locomotive, still on the rails, riddled on one side with bullets, and on the other displaying a gaping aperture into the boiler, which told its own tale. Then came an armoured truck, H.M.'s Mosquito, that I had seen leaving Mafeking, so trim and smart, but now battered with shot, and lastly another truck which had been carrying the guns. This had been pushed back into a culvert, and presented a dilapidated appearance with its front wheels in the air. The whole spectacle was forlorn and eerie. All the time I gave cursory glances right and left to make sure no Boers were prowling about, and I should not have been surprised to have seen an unkempt head bob up and ask us our business. But all remained as silent as the grave. Swarms of locusts were alone in possession, and under the engine and carriages the earth was a dark brown moving mass, with the stream of these jumping, creeping things. I had soon gratified my curiosity, and persuaded my companion, who was busy photographing, also to leave this desolate spot. The Boers continued to ride roughshod over the land, commandeering oxen and cattle, putting up to public auction such government properties as they had seized at the different railway stations, and employing hundreds of Kaffirs to tear up the railway line. Our enemies were perfectly secure in the knowledge that no help could come for months, and the greater number believed it would never come at all, and that the Rooineks were being cut to pieces in the south. They openly stated there would be no more railway traffic, but that in future trade and transit would be carried on by transport riding, i.e., by ox wagon, their favourite amusement and occupation. In the meantime the cry of the loyal colonists went up from all sides: "How much longer can it last?" After a few days Mr. P. duly returned from Mafeking, having had a risky but successful trip in and out of the town. He reported it all well, and that the inhabitants were leading a mole existence, owing to the constant shelling. The Boers evidently preferred dropping in shells at a safe distance to risking their lives by a storming attack. With great pride Mr. P. showed me a basket of carrier pigeons, by which he assured me I could now communicate swiftly and safely with the garrison. He was even kind enough to send off one at once on a trial trip with a short note signed with his name, informing Colonel Baden-Powell that I was at Setlagoli, and that I would be able to forward any letters or information they might wish to send. I had never had any experience of such birds, and was delighted to think how much quicker they would travel than old Boaz. When the pigeon was released, however, I must confess it was rather disturbing to note that it did not seem at all sure of the direction it should take, circling round at least 20 times in the air. However, Mr. P. assured me this was their usual habit, and that this particular bird knew its business, having taken several prizes. So, as it eventually disappeared, I thought no more about it. The next day Mr. P. left for Cape Town, and passed out of our ken, but we were soon to be reminded of him in an unpleasant fashion. On going into the dining room to lunch one day, I saw little Mr. , a kinsman of Mrs. Fraser's, and particularly short of stature, with an axe in hand, in the act of taking up the boards in a corner of the room, revealing as he did so a sort of shallow cellar, with no light or ventilation. Watching the operation was another man, an Englishman, the dispossessed manager of a local store, who had sought a temporary lodging at the hotel, and was a big, strong individual, over 6 feet in height. I inquired in amazement of this strangely assorted pair what they were trying to do. "We are going to hide, Lady Sarah," chirped the former. "The Boers are on the premises." So saying, he was about to descend into the cavity, and evidently expected the companionship of his tall friend. When I pointed out to them that they would probably suffocate in this modern black hole of Calcutta, the little man proceeded to dance round the room, still shouldering his axe, gibbering the while, "I will not go to fight, I am an American. I will not be put in the front rank to be shot by the English, or made to dig trenches." The whole scene was so comic that I sat down and laughed, and the climax was reached when the cock sparrow, who had always talked so big of what he was going to do and to say to the Boers, crawled under the old grand piano in the farther corner of the big room. I was forced to tell him that no American or Englishman could be found in such an ignominious position should the house be searched, and I even assured the little gentleman that I did not think it was the least likely his services would be wanted. The other man, whose position was more risky, I advised to lie down on the sofa and feign illness, and I really believe anxiety and worry had so preyed on him that he was as ill as he looked. When calm had been restored, I sat down to lunch, Mrs. Fraser coming in at intervals to report what our visitors were doing at the store. They had demanded coffee and many tins of salmon and sardines. Of these delicacies they seemed particularly fond, eating the latter with their fingers, after which they drank the oil, mixed for choice with golden syrup. After their repast they fitted themselves out in clothes and luxury, such as silver watches and chains, white silk pocket handkerchiefs, cigarettes, saddles, and even harness, taking altogether goods to the amount of about £50. This amusement finished, they proceeded to practice shooting, setting up bottles at a distance of about 50 yards. We followed all their doings from behind the green Venetian blinds, kept down on account of the heat. Up to this time none of them had come up to the house, for which we had reason to be grateful, as the dop they had found, and quickly finished, was beginning to affect their demeanour and spirits, particularly of the one named Dietrich, who appeared to be the boss of the party. At last the immediate reason for their visit filtered out. This slightly intoxicated gentleman inquired of Mr. Fraser where they could find a man named Mr. P., and the English lady of whom he had written. The old gentleman, who could be more than common deaf when he chose, affected utter vacancy at the mention of these individuals, merely stating that he knew a man of the name of P. 15 years ago. Then the whole story was told. They had captured our pigeon with its tell-tale note. This confiding bird had flown straight to the laager, had perched on the General's house, where it had been shot by this same Dietrich, and we owed the present visit to the information supplied therein by Mr. P., Dietrich informing us he attributed this occurrence to the Almighty working for the Boers. They stated they were now awaiting the arrival of the Veldtcornet and of Mr. Lamb, a neighbouring farmer, whom they had sent for, and they proceeded to make their preparations to spend the night. After supper we were relieved to hear Mr. Lamb's cheerful voice, as he rode up in the dark with the jovial Dietrich, who had ridden out to meet him, and who, it appeared, was an old friend of his. I must say the pleasure of meeting was more on the Dutchman's side than on the Englishman's. By this time the former was quite intoxicated, and Mr. Lamb cleverly managed to get him to his room, and after having, as he thought, disposed of him, he came and joined us on the stoep. There we freely discussed our visitors, and were having a cheery conversation, when I suddenly looked up, and round the corner of the verandah saw the unsteady form of a typical Boer, slouch hat, bandolier, and rifle complete, staggering towards us, truly a weird apparition. The rising moon shining on the rifle barrel made it glitter like silver. I confess I disappeared round the corner to my room with more haste than dignity. To Boers by daytime, when sober, I had by now become accustomed, but at night, after liberal doses of dop, armed with a loaded rifle, I preferred their room to their company. Luckily, Mr. Lamb was equal to the occasion, and persuaded Dietrich to return to his quarters, in spite of his assurance that he, Dietrich, was the man who watched and who did not sleep. With the morning arrived 9 or 10 more, including the newly appointed Veldtcornet, by name De Koker, who had been lately convicted of sheep stealing. After a long idle morning and more refreshments, they all adjourned to the living room, where, with much difficulty, one of them stumbled through the reading of a printed proclamation, which enacted that, this country now being part of the Transvaal, the residents must within 7 days leave their homes or enrol themselves as burghers. Nothing was mentioned about fighting, so all there complied with what was required, namely, to sign their names on a blank sheet of paper. By evening all had left for Mosita, as Mr. P. had also mentioned Mr. Keeley's name in his unlucky note. 3, however, remained to keep a watch on myself, and one of these, I regretted to observe, was the jovially inclined Dietrich. It can be imagined that our irritation with Mr. P. was great for having so foolishly mentioned names and places, and still more with the idiotic bird, the real origin of a very unpleasant 2 days. I reflected that, if these were the tricks carrier pigeons were wont to play, I greatly preferred the old nigger as a letter carrier in wartime. We were not to wait long for more developments. Next day at dusk arrived a large cavalcade, which included Mr. Keeley, a prisoner. He went on with his escort at daybreak, leaving us full of sympathy for his poor wife. I sent by his bodyguard, under the command of another Dietrich, brother to the drunkard, who seemed a decent sort of man, a letter to General Snyman, begging for a pass into Mafeking to rejoin my husband. Mr. Keeley told me their intelligence department was very perfect, as they had been aware of every one of my movements since I left Mafeking, and even of my rides during the last fortnight. He also told me General Cronje and a great number of Boers had left Mafeking and trekked south. This encouraged me in my belief that it would be better for me to be in that beleaguered town than to submit to the possible insults of Boer sentinels at Setlagoli. The next day was Sunday, and in the morning returned the energetic Veldtcornet De Koker. He had heard of my letter to Snyman, and, wishing to be important, had come to offer me a pass to the laager for a personal interview with the General, assuring me the latter was always very polite to ladies. He even wished to escort me there that very day. However, I had no mind to act hastily, so I made an excuse of the mules being away, also that I did not like to travel on a Sunday. This latter reason he fully appreciated, and arranged with me to come to his house the following day, for which purpose he left me a permit vilely scrawled in Dutch. I mentally reserved to myself the decision as to keeping the rendezvous. We sat down to breakfast together, although, as he could speak no English and I could speak no Dutch, the conversation was nil. He was pleased with the cigarette I offered him, and observed me with some curiosity, probably never having seen anything approaching an English lady previously. Before he left, I complained, through an interpreter, of the insobriety of my self-constituted sentinel Dietrich, remarking it was quite impossible I could stand such a man dogging my footsteps much longer. He promised to report the matter, and insisted on shaking hands with great cordiality. It was fortunate I had not accompanied De Koker, for that very evening back came Mr. Keeley, who had luckily succeeded in satisfying the suspicions of General Snyman, and who had received a permit to reside on his farm during the war. He brought me a letter in Dutch from the same authority, refusing, owing to the disturbed state of the country, to give me a pass to Mafeking, and requesting me to remain where I was, under the surveillance of his burghers. It was exactly the surveillance of one of his said burghers I wished to avoid, but there seemed no possibility of getting rid of Dietrich, who evidently preferred his comfortable quarters at the hotel to roughing it in the laager. I was exceedingly disappointed, and also somewhat indignant with Mr. Keeley, who firmly believed, and was much cast down, by some telegrams he had read out in the laager relating the utter defeat of 15,000 English at the Modder River. 1,500 Boers, he stated, had surrounded this force, of which they had killed 2,000. I stoutly refused to credit it till I had seen it in an English dispatch. But all this was enough to subdue the bravest spirit. We had received practically nothing but Dutch information during the last 6 weeks, telling of their successes and English disasters. We had seen nobody but our enemies. Even if one did not allow oneself to believe their tales, there was always a sort of uncomfortable feeling that these must contain some element of truth. Fortunately, however, I was reading an account of the Franco-German War in 1870, and there I found that the same system of inventing successes was carried on by the French press right up to, and even after, the Emperor's capitulation at Sedan. So it was comforting to think that if it had been necessary to keep up the spirits of paid and regular soldiers, it must be 1,000 times more essential for the Transvaal authorities to do so, as regards their unpaid mixed army, who had no encouragement to fight but knowledge of successes and hopes of future loot. All the same, it was a great trial of patience. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 9. How I was made a prisoner in a Boer laager. Quote, "Ah, there, Piet, behind is a stony kop, with his boer bread and biltong and his flask of awful dop, his Mauser for amusement and his pony for a treat. I've known a lot of fellows shoot a damn side worse than Piet." Unquote. Kipling. Provisions at Setlagoli and in the surrounding districts were now fast running out, and Mrs. Fraser announced to me one morning she had only full allowance of meal for another week. In that colony no meal meant no bread, and it was, in fact, the most important factor in the housewife's mind when thinking of supplies. While on this subject, I must remark that very excellent bread is that made by the Dutch, no matter how poor or dilapidated the farmhouses. Large loaves of beautiful, slightly browned bread are always in evidence, baked by the mother or daughters. The non-existence of the railway was beginning to cause much distress, Dutch and English suffering alike. In fact, if it had not been for the locusts, unusually numerous that year, and always a favourite food with the natives, these latter would also have been starving. As every mouth to feed was a consideration, I determined to see if I could personally induce the Boer General to pass me into Mafeking. Under Mrs. Fraser's charge, I left my maid, as I did not wish to expose her to any hardships in the laager, and to her I gave the custody of my pony, Dop, to whom I had become much attached. After detaining me a prisoner, the Boers returned to Setlagoli specially to secure this animal. They had heard the natives speak of her in terms of high appreciation, and describe her as not a horse, but lightning. Metelka, with much spirit, declared the pony to be her property, having been given her, she said, in lieu of wages. She further stated she was a German subject, and that if her horse were not returned in 3 days she should write to the Kaiser. All this was repeated to General Snyman by the awestruck veldkornet. After a week spent with the Boers, Dop arrived back at Setlagoli, carefully led, as if she were a sacred beast, and bringing a humble letter of apology from the Commandant. But I am anticipating, and must return to my solitary drive to the laager, accompanied only by Willem and another black boy. I took the precaution of dispatching a nigger with a note to Mafeking, telling Colonel Baden-Powell of my plan, and that, having heard a Dutchwoman called Mrs. Delpoort in Mafeking wished to join her friends in the Transvaal, I intended asking General Snyman to exchange me for her. The distance we had to drive was 45 miles, along villainous sandy roads and under a burning African sun. We outspanned for the second time at the house of De Koker, who had been the first to advise me to visit the laager. His dwelling was situated close to the railway line, or rather to where the railway line had been. Here there was a great stir and bustle, men were hurrying in and out, nearly all armed. Horses were tethered before the door, and, on hearing my cart drive up, the veldkornet himself came out to meet me, and gravely invited me to descend. I now saw the interior of a typical Dutch house, with the family at home. The vrouw came forward with hand outstretched in the awkward Boer fashion. The Dutch do not shake hands, they simply extend a wooden member, which you clasp, and the greeting is over. I had to go through this performance in perfect silence with about 7 or 8 children of various ages, a grown-up daughter, and 8 or 10 men, most of whom followed us into the poky little room which appeared to serve as a living room for the whole family. Although past 10 o'clock, the remains of breakfast were still on the table, and were not appetizing to look at. We sat down on chairs placed in a circle, the whole party commencing to chatter volubly, and scarcely a word being intelligible to me. Presently the vrouw brought me a cup of coffee in a cracked cup and saucer. Not wishing to give offence, I tried to swallow it. The coffee was not bad, if one could only have disassociated it from that dreadful breakfast table. I then produced some cigarettes, and offered them to the male element. They were enchanted, laid aside their pipes, and conversed with more animation than ever, but it was only occasionally that I caught a word I could understand. The sentence, "Twee tussen Engelman dood," recurred with distressing frequency, and enabled me to grasp their conversation was entirely about the war. I meanwhile studied the room and its furniture, which was of the poorest description. The chairs mostly lacked legs or backs, and the floor was of mud, which perhaps was just as well, as they all spat on it in the intervals of talk, and emptied onto it the remains of whatever they were drinking. After a short time a black girl came in with a basin of water, with which she proceeded to plentifully sprinkle the floor, utterly disregarding our dresses and feet. Seeing all the women tuck their feet under their knees, I followed their example, until this impoverished water cart had finished its work. The grown-up daughter had a baby in her arms, as uncared for as the other children, all of whom looked as if soap and water never came their way. The men were fine, strong-looking individuals, and all were very affable to me, or meant to be so, if I could but have understood them. Finally, 4 or 5 more women came into this tiny, overcrowded room, evidently visitors. This was the finishing stroke, and I decided that, rested or not, the mules must be inspanned, that I might leave this depressing house. One of the young burghers brought me the pass to General Snyman, the calligraphy of which he was evidently very proud of, and having taken leave of all the ladies and men in the same peculiar stiff manner as that in which I had greeted them, I drove off, devoutly thankful to be so far on my journey. About 4 in the afternoon we came to a rise, and looking over it, saw the white roofs of Mafeking lying about 5 miles away in the glaring sunlight. Then we arrived at the spot where General Cronje's laager had been before he trekked south, marked by the grass being worn away for nearly a square mile, by broken-down wagons, and by sundry aasvogels. the scavengers of South Africa, hovering over carcasses of horses or cattle. Mafeking was now only 3 miles distant, and seeing not a solitary soul on the flat grass plains, I felt very much tempted to drive in to the native stadt, but the black boys resolutely declined to attempt it, as they feared being shot, and they assured me that many Boer sharpshooters lay hidden in the scrub. Thinking discretion the better part of valour, I regretfully turned away from Mafeking by the road leading up an incline to the laager, still several miles distant. The cart was suddenly brought to a standstill by almost driving into a Boer outpost, crouched under a ruined wall, from which point of vantage they were firing with their rifles at the advanced trenches of the town. The officer in charge of this party told me I must stay here till sundown, when he and his men would accompany me to headquarters, as he averred the road I was now pursuing was not safe from the Mafeking gun range. I therefore waited their good pleasure for an hour, during which time the firing from all round the town went on in a desultory sort of way, occasionally followed by a boom from the large Boer gun, and the short, sharp, hammering noise from the enemy's 1-pounder Maxim. The sun was almost down when the burgher in charge gave the signal to bring up their horses, and in a few minutes we were under way. This time I was attended by a bodyguard of about 18 or 20 burghers, and we went along, much to my annoyance, at a funereal pace. On our way we met the relieving guard coming out to take the place just evacuated by my escort. When seen riding thus more or less in ranks, a Boer squadron, composed of picked men for outpost duty, presented really a formidable appearance. The men were mostly of middle age, all with the inevitable grizzly beard, and their rifles, gripped familiarly, were resting on the saddle bow. Nearly all had 2 bandoliers apiece, which gave them the appearance of being armed to the teeth. A more determined-looking band cannot be imagined. The horses of these burghers were well bred and in good condition, and although their clothes were threadbare, they seemed cheerful enough, smoking their pipes and cracking their jokes. When we at last drew up at headquarters, I was fairly startled to find what an excitement my appearance created, about 200 or 300 Boers swarming up from all over the laager and surrounding the cart. The General was then accommodated in a deserted farmhouse, and from this building at last issued his secretary, a gentleman who spoke English perfectly, and to whom I handed my letter requesting an interview. After an interminable wait among the gaping crowd, the aforementioned gentleman returned, and informed me I could see the General at once. He literally had to make a way for me from the cart to the house, but I must admit the burghers were very civil, nearly all of them taking off their hats as I passed through them. Once inside the house, I found myself in a low, dark room, and in the farthest corner, seated on a bench, were 2 old gentlemen with extra long beards, who were introduced to me as General Snyman and Commandant Botha. I was at once struck by the anything but affable expression of their countenances. They motioned to me to take a chair. Someone handed me a bowl with a brown mixture, presumably coffee, which I found very embarrassing to hold during our conversation. This was carried on through the secretary, and the General got more and more out of temper as he discovered what my request was. I informed him I had come at the suggestion of his veld cornet, that all my relations were in England, except my husband, who was in Mafeking, that there was no meal in the colony where I had been living, and that I was prepared to ask Colonel Baden-Powell to exchange me for a Dutch lady whom I heard wished to leave, if he, General Snyman, would accept the exchange. He promptly, and with much decision, refused. Then it occurred to me this old gentleman meant to keep me as a prisoner of war, and my heart sank into my shoes. The only concession I could obtain was that he would consider my case, and in the meantime he ordered that I should be accommodated in the field hospital. Accompanied by the secretary, and leaving the staring crowd behind, I drove off to a little house about half a mile away, where we found our destination. I was shown to a tiny room smelling strongly of disinfectants, which from the large centre table I at once realized as the operating room, and here I was told I could sleep. I was too tired to care much. There was no bed, only a broken-down sofa, and in the corner a dilapidated washstand. The walls and windows were riddled with bullets, denoting where the young burghers had been amusing themselves with rifle practice. The secretary then informed me that they had to search my luggage, which operation lasted fully half an hour, although I had but one small portmanteau and a dressing case. The latter two Dutch nurses were told off to look through, which, I am bound to say, they did most unwillingly, remarking to me they had not contemplated searching people's luggage as part of their already onerous duties. I had even to undress, in order that they might reassure the officials I had no documents on my person. Meanwhile, the men examined my correspondence and papers almost microscopically. Needless to say, they found nothing. They had barely finished their researches when a messenger came from the General to say, if Colonel Baden-Powell would exchange me for a Dutchman imprisoned in Mafeking, a certain Petrus Viljoen, he would consent to my going in. I found on inquiry that this man had been imprisoned for theft several months before the war, and I told them plainly it was manifestly unfair to exchange a man and a criminal for a woman. Further, that I could not even ask Colonel Baden-Powell officially to do such a thing, and could only mention it as an impossible condition in a letter to my husband, if they chose to send it in. To this they agreed, so I indited the following letter, couched in terms which the secretary might peruse. December 2, 1899. My dear Gordon, I am at the laager. General Snyman will not give me a pass unless Colonel Baden-Powell will exchange me for a Mr. Petrus Viljoen. I am sure this is impossible, so I do not ask him formally. I am in a great fix, as they have very little meal left at Setlagoli or the surrounding places. I am very kindly looked after here. I then went to sleep in my strange surroundings, with small hope of any success from my application to Mafeking. The next day, Sunday, was observed by both parties as a day of rest. About 7, one of the nurses brought me a cup of coffee, and then I proceeded to dress as best I might. So clearly did that horrid little room imprint itself on my memory that I seem to see it as I write. The dusty bare boards, cracked and loose in places, had no pretence to any acquaintance with a scrubbing brush, and very little with a broom. A rickety old chest of drawers stood in one corner, presumably filled with hospital necessaries, from the very strong smell of drugs emanating from it, and from the fact that the nurses would bustle in and rummage for some desired article, giving glimpses of the confusion inside. On the top of the drawers were arranged a multitude of medicine bottles, half full and half empty, cracked and whole. The broken old washstand had been of valuable service during the night, as with it I barricaded the door, innocent of any lock or key. When I was dressed, I walked out onto the tiny stoep, surrounded by a high paling. My attention was at once attracted to a woman in a flood of tears, and presently the cause of her weeping was explained, as an elderly man came round the corner of the house with both his hands roughly tied up with bandages, covered with blood, a sight which caused the young woman to sob with renewed vigour. After a little talk with the man, who, in spite of his injuries, seemed perfectly well, the latter went away, and I entered into conversation with the weeping female, whom I found to speak good English, and to be the daughter of the wounded warrior, Hoffman by name, and German by birth. They were Transvaal subjects, and her father had been among the first of the burghers to turn out when hostilities threatened. She then proceeded to tell me that she and her mother, and a numerous collection of young brothers and sisters, had trekked in from their home in the Transvaal to spend the Sunday in the laager with their father. On their arrival early that morning, they learnt to their horror that he had been wounded, or rather injured, late the night before, as the mutilated state of his hands arose from a shell exploding in the high-velocity Krupp gun just as he was loading it. She told me her father was one of the most valued artillerymen on the Boer side, and that he was also an adept in the art of making fireworks, his last triumph in this line having been at Mafeking on the occasion of the celebration of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Fully appreciating the value of his services, the Transvaal authorities had from the commencement given him the most arduous tasks, and always, she indignantly added, in the forefront of the battle. As regarded the present accident, she said her father had repeatedly told the authorities these particular shells were not safe to handle. Apparently the safety belt was missing from all of them, making them, when loaded, as brittle as an eggshell. This young lady and her mother were certainly very anti-Boer in their sympathies, though terribly afraid of allowing their feelings to be known. All that day and the next they spent in the laager, looking after the injured père de famille, whom, by the way, I got quite friendly with, but who, I think, was rather relieved to see his family depart. I rather regretted them, as Miss Hoffman used to bring me a lot of gossip overheard in the laager, where she assured me public opinion was running very strongly against me, and that all were of opinion the General should certainly not allow me to join my friends in Mafeking. The morning dragged on. It was a hot, gusty day, and I found the shelter of my poky little room the most comfortable resting place, although instead of a chair I had but a wooden case to sit on. About 11 I saw a clerical gentleman arriving, who I rightly concluded was the parson coming to conduct the service. Presently the strangest of noises I have ever heard arose from the back premises of the tiny house. It is difficult to conceive anything so grotesque as some Dutch singing is. Imagine a doleful wail of many voices, shrill treble and deep bass, all on one note, now swelling in volume, now almost dying away, sung with a certain metre, and presumably with soul-stirring words, but with no attempt to keep together, or any pretensions to an air of any kind, and you will have an idea of a Dutch chant or hymn. This noise, for it cannot be called a harmony, might equally well be produced by a howling party of dogs and cats. Then followed long prayers, for only the parson's voice could be heard, then more dirges, after which it was over, and all trooped away, apparently much edified. One of the nurses brought me some lunch and spread it on the rickety table with a dirty napkin as a tablecloth. As regards the food, which these young ladies told me they took it in turn to cook, it was very fair. Only one day we got no meat and no meal. The other days they gave me eggs, very good beef, splendid potatoes, and bread in any quantity. Besides this, I was able to buy delicious fruit, both figs and apricots. As beverages there were tea and coffee, the latter, of course, being the Transvaal national drink, that is to say, when dop cannot be had. Beer is almost unknown, except in the imported kinds of Bass and Schlitz, for what is known as Kaffir beer is a filthy decoction. About midday I received a formal reply from Gordon as follows: Mafeking, December 3, 1899. My dear Sarah, I am delighted to hear you are being well treated, but very sorry to have to tell you that Colonel Baden-Powell finds it impossible to hand over Petrus Viljoen in exchange for you, as he was convicted of horse-stealing before the war. I fail to see in what way it can benefit your captors to keep you a prisoner. Luckily for them, it is not the custom of the English to make prisoners of war of women. Gordon Wilson. Of course, I was grievously disappointed, but at the same time I had really expected no other answer, as I informed Mr. Brink, the General's second secretary, who had brought me the letter. He was gravely apologetic, and informed me the General and Commandant were holding a Kriegsraad early on the following morning, when my case would receive their full consideration. In the afternoon we had the excitement of seeing the Pretoria coach drive up to the laager, with much horn blowing and whip cracking. Later some newspapers were brought across, and I was able actually to peruse a Transvaal paper only 2 days old. The General's other secretary, who presented them to me, made some astounding statements which he said had just come up on official wires, namely, that England and Russia would be at war before that very week was out, in what locality he did not know, and that Germany had suddenly increased her fleet by many ships, spending thereon £10,000,000. To this I ventured to remark that the building of those ships would take 4 or 5 years, which would make it almost too late to assist the Transvaal in the present war. I also reminded him casually that Germany's Emperor and Empress were, according to their own papers, then paying a visit to Queen Victoria, which did not look as if that country was exactly unfriendly to England. To this he had nothing to reply, and I saw that this imperial visit was a sore subject with my entertainers. For this reason I made a point of referring to it on every possible occasion. As I was eating my solitary supper, Mr. Brink appeared with a letter from Colonel Baden-Powell as follows: December 5, 1899. Dear Lady Sarah, I am so distressed about you. You must have been having an awful time of it, and I can't help feeling very much to blame, but I had hoped to save you the unpleasantness of the siege. However, I trust now that your troubles are nearly over at last, and that General Snyman will pass you in here. We are all very well, and really rather enjoying it all. I wrote last night asking for you to be exchanged for Mrs. Delpoort, but had no answer, so have written again today, and sincerely hope it will be all right. Hope you are well in spite of your troubles. Yours sincerely, R. Baden-Powell. I then learnt from another letter that Mrs. Delpoort, who had originally expressed the wish to leave Mafeking, where she was residing with many other friends in the women's laager, had changed her mind, or her relatives did not encourage her to leave the shelter of the town, for the staff had experienced some difficulty in persuading her to agree to the exchange, even if General Snyman allowed the same. I asked if an answer had been returned to the Colonel's letter, and Mr. Brink replied in the negative. Very indignant, I said I did not mean to be kept in my present wretched quarters indefinitely, and that, if no exchange could be effected, I would request a pass to return to Setlagoli, and risk the scarcity of food. He looked rather confused, and said somewhat timidly that no doubt the General would allow me to go to Pretoria, where I should find pleasant ladies' society. Seeing my look of angry surprise, he hastily added that he only wished he had a house of his own to place at my disposal. I saw it was no use venting my annoyance on this young man, who was civility itself, so I merely remarked I had no intention of visiting their capital, and that the present was certainly not a time for an English lady to travel alone in the Transvaal. To this he gushingly agreed, but added that, of course, the General would give me a proper escort. These words were quite enough to denote which way the wind was blowing. I would not for an instant admit they had a right to detain me or to send me to any place against my will, having come there voluntarily, merely to ask the General a favour. I was therefore conveniently blind and deaf, and, begging my amiable young friend to submit Colonel Baden-Powell's suggestion to the Kriegsraad on the following morning, and to appraise me of the result, I wished him good night, and went to bed once more on the wretched sofa, in anything but a hopeful frame of mind. However, as is so often the case, my spirits revived in the morning, and on considering the situation I could not see what object the Transvaal authorities could have in detaining me a prisoner. I was certainly very much in the way of the hospital arrangements, and I fully made up my mind to refuse absolutely to go to Pretoria, unless they took me by force. I also determined to leave them no peace at the headquarters till they gave me a definite reply. The day dragged on. The flies simply swarmed in my poky little room. Never have I seen anything like the plague of these insects, but the nurses assured me that at the laager itself they were far worse, attracted doubtless by the cattle, horses, and foodstuffs. At length I received a letter in an enormous official envelope, saying General Snyman had wired to Pretoria about me, and expected an answer every minute, which reply should be immediately communicated to me. By my own free will I had put myself completely in their power. This did not prevent me, however, from speaking my mind freely on what I termed the extraordinary treatment I was receiving, to both of the secretaries, to the nurses, and to the patients. The latter, being men, were very sympathizing. The nurses, though kind and attentive, were not quite so friendly, and seemed somewhat suspicious of my business. Neither of these, I ascertained, had gone through any previous training, but had volunteered their services, as they thought it would be a lark. Whether their expectations were realized was doubtful, as they told me they were worked off their legs, that they had to cook, wash their clothes, and clean out the wretched little rooms, besides looking after the patients. In addition to these two girls, there was a lady doctor, the first of her species I had ever come across, and with whom I was not favourably impressed. Very untidy in her appearance, her head covered with curls, her costume composed of the remnants of showy finery, this lady had been a handsome woman, but her personality, combined with a very discontented expression of countenance, did not exactly form one's idea of a substitute for the skilful, kind, and cheerful hospital doctor that we know at home. In fact, she looked singularly out of place, which I remarked to several people, partly from the irritation I felt on hearing her addressed as "Doctor." No doubt these remarks were repeated to her, and this accounted for her black looks. I must not omit a few words about the patients and visitors of the hospital, with all of whom I was most friendly. One and all were exceedingly civil, and I never encountered any rudeness whatever. Even the burghers of no importance, poorly clad, out at elbow, and of starved appearance, who came to the hospital for advice and medicines, all alike made me a rough salutation, evidently the best they were acquainted with. Those of more standing nearly always commenced to chat in very good English. In fact, I think a great many came up with the purpose of observing the captured Rara Avis, an Englishwoman. We did not actually discuss the progress of the war and what led to it, sticking more to generalities. One hope was universally expressed, that it would soon be over, and this I heartily re-echoed. I told one of them I thought they had been foolish to destroy all the railway line, as it had left their own people so terribly short of food. To this he replied that such minor matters could not be helped, that they must all suffer alike and help each other. Also that they were well aware that they were taking on a very great power, and that every nerve must be strained if they could hope for success. So another day and night passed. I continued to send down letters without end to headquarters, but it was always the same answer. They were waiting for the reply from Pretoria. One afternoon we had a very heavy thunderstorm and deluges of rain, the heaviest I had seen in South Africa. The water trickled into my room and dripped drearily on the floor for hours. Outside, the stream between the hospital and laager became a roaring torrent. No one came near us that afternoon, and I really think communication was not possible. Later it cleared and the flood abated. A lively bombardment was then commenced, on the assumption, probably, that the Mafeking trenches were filled with water and uninhabitable. It was trying to the nerves to sit and listen to the 6 or 7 guns all belching forth their missiles of death on the gallant little town, which was so plainly seen from my windows, and which seemed to lie so unprotected on the veldt. Just as I had barricaded my door and gone to rest on my sofa about 9 o'clock, the big siege gun suddenly boomed out its tremendous discharge, causing the whole house to shake and everything in the room to jingle. It seemed a cruel proceeding to fire on a partially sleeping town, but I did not know then how accustomed the inhabitants were to this evening gun, and how they took their precautions accordingly. I must say I disliked the nights at the hospital exceedingly. It was insufferably hot and stuffy in the little room, and the window, only about 2 feet above the ground, had to be left open. The sentries, about 6 in number, doubled, as I understood, on my account, lay and lounged on the stoep outside. Instead of feeling them anything of a protection, I should have been much happier without them. It must be recollected that these burghers were very undisciplined and independent of authority, only a semblance of which appeared to be exercised over them. They included some of a very low type, and it appeared to be left to themselves to choose which post they would patronize. It was remarked to me they preferred the hospital, as it was sheltered, and that the same men had latterly come there every night. Their behaviour during the watch was very unconventional. They came on duty about 6 p.m. and made themselves thoroughly comfortable on the stoep with mackintoshes and blankets. Their rifles were propped up in one corner, and the bandoliers thrown on the ground. There were a couple of hammocks for the patients' use, and in these 2 of them passed the night. Before retiring to rest, they produced their pipes and foul-smelling Boer tobacco, proceeding to light up just under my windows, meanwhile talking their unmusical language with great volubility. At length, about 10, they appeared to slumber, and a chorus of snoring arose, which generally sent me to sleep, to be awakened 2 or 3 hours later by renewed conversations, which now and then died away into hoarse whispers. I always imagined they were discussing myself, and devising some scheme to step over the low sill into my room, on the chance of finding any loot. I complained one day to the nurses of the fact that their extreme loquacity really prevented my sleeping, and, as she told me that the patients suffered in the same way, I advised her to speak to the sentinels and ask them to be more quiet. She told me afterwards she had done so, and that they said they had been insulted, and would probably not come again. We both laughed, and agreed it would not matter much if this calamity occurred. The next day I was still put off, when I requested to know what had been decided about my fate. I was getting desperate, and had serious thoughts of taking French leave, risking Boer sentries and outposts, and walking into Mafeking at night. But it was the fear of being fired on from our own trenches that deterred me. Fortunately, however, assistance was at hand. On the afternoon of the 5th day that I had spent at the laager, a fine-looking burgher rode up to the hospital, and I heard him conversing in very good English. Presently, after staring at me for some time, he came up and said he had known Randolph Churchill, who, he heard, was my brother, and that he should so like to have a little talk. He then informed me his name was Spencer Drake, to which I said, "Your name and your conversation would make me think you are an Englishman, Mr. Drake." "So I am," was his reply. "I was born in Norfolk. My father and grandfather before me were in Her Majesty's Navy, and we are descended from the old commander of Queen Elizabeth's time." To this I observed that I was sorry to see him in the Boer camp amongst the Queen's enemies. He looked rather sheepish, but replied, "Our family settled in Natal many years ago, and I have ever since been a Transvaal burgher. I owe everything I possess to the South African Republic, and of course I fight for its cause, besides which we colonials were very badly treated and thrown over by the English Government in 1881, and since then I have ceased to think of England as my country." As he seemed well disposed toward me, I did not annoy him by continuing the discussion, and he went on to inform me that he was the General's adjutant, and had been away on business, therefore had only just heard that I was in the laager, and he had come at once to see if he could be of any service. I took the opportunity of telling him what I thought of the way in which they were treating me, pointing out the wretched accommodation I had, and the fact that they had not even supplied me with a bed. He was very sympathetic, and expressed much sorrow at my discomforts, promising to speak to the General immediately, though without holding out much hope of success, as he told me the latter was sometimes very difficult to manage. After a little more talk, during which I made friends with his horse, described by him as a wonderful beast, he rode off, and I was full of renewed hope. A little later the young secretary came up again to see me. To supplement my messages through Mr. Drake, I requested this young man to tell the General that I could see they were taking a cowardly advantage of me, because I was a woman, and that they would never have detained a man under similar circumstances. In fact, I was on every occasion so importunate that I am quite sure the General's staff only prayed for the moment that I should depart. That afternoon I had a long talk to 2 old German soldiers, then burghers, who were both characters in their way. Hoffman, before alluded to, had been a gunner in the Franco-German War, and was full of information about the artillery of that day and this, while the other had been through the Crimea, and had taken part in the charge of the Light Brigade, then going on to India to assist in repressing the mutiny. He had evidently never liked the service into which he had been decoyed by the press gang, and had probably been somewhat of a mauvais sujet, for he told me the authorities were glad enough to give him his discharge when the regiment returned to England. He had married and settled in the Transvaal, making a moderate fortune, only to be ruined by a lawsuit being given against him, entirely, he naively admitted, because the judge was a friend of the other side. In spite of this, he remained a most warm partisan of the corrupt Boer government, and at 67 he had gladly turned out to fight the country whose uniform he had once worn. Whenever I found we were approaching dangerous ground, I used quickly to change the conversation, which perhaps was wise, as I was but one in a mighty host. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of South African Memories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sally McConnell. South African Memories by Lady Sarah Wilson. Chapter 10. Exchanged for a horse thief. Back to Mafeking after 2 months' wanderings. Quote, "Hail, fellow, well met." Unquote. Swift. Next morning I was awakened at 6 a.m. by Mr. Drake knocking at my door, and telling me I was to be ready in half an hour, as Colonel Baden-Powell had consented to exchange me for Petrus Viljoen. This exchange had placed our commanding officer in an awkward position. The prisoner was, as I stated before, a criminal and under the jurisdiction of the civil authorities, who would not take upon themselves the responsibility of giving him up. Under these circumstances, Lord Edward Cecil had come forward and represented to Colonel Baden-Powell that it was unseemly for an Englishwoman to be left in the hands of the Boers, and transported to Pretoria by the rough coach, exposed to possible insults and to certain discomforts. He even declared himself prepared to take any consequent blame on his shoulders, and, being the Prime Minister's son, his words had great weight. As a matter of fact, Petrus Viljoen was anything but a fighting man, and could be of very little service to our enemies. The burghers had told me his presence was so persistently desired from the fact of the Republic having private scores to settle with him. In any case, he was very reluctant to leave Mafeking in the safety of the prison, which fact had influenced Colonel Baden-Powell in finally agreeing to the exchange. As may be imagined, I could hardly believe my good fortune, and I lost no time in scrambling into my clothes while the cart was being inspanned. A vexatious delay occurred from the intractability of the mules, which persistently refused to allow themselves to be caught. The exchange of prisoners had to be effected before 8 a.m., when the truce would be over, and I shall never forget how I execrated those stubborn animals as the precious minutes slipped by, fearful lest my captors would change their minds and impose fresh conditions. However, at length all was ready, and, escorted by some artillery officers, I drove to headquarters, where I was requested to descend in order to have another interview with the General. Again an inquisitive crowd watched my movements, but civilly made way for me to pass into the little room where General Snyman was holding a sort of levee. The latter asked me a few purposeless questions. I gravely expressed a hope that his eyes were better; he had been suffering from inflamed sight. Then he rose and held out his hand, which I could not ignore, and without further delay we were off. About 2,000 yards from Mafeking, I noticed the enemy's advanced trenches, with some surprise at their proximity to the town, and here we met the other party with a white flag, escorting Mr. Viljoen, who looked foolish, dejected, and anything but pleased to see his friends. He was forthwith given over to their care, the mules were whipped up, and at a gallop we rattled into the main street. From the first redoubt, Colonel Baden-Powell and Lord Edward Cecil ran out to greet me, and the men in the trench gave 3 ringing English cheers, which were good to hear. But no time had to be lost in getting under cover, and I drove straight to Mr. Wheel's house, and had hardly reached it when Creechy, a Dutch pet name which had been given to the big siege gun, sent a parting salute, and her shell whizzed defiantly over our heads. Then commenced a more or less underground existence, which continued for 5½ months. But, surrounded by friends, it was to me a perfect heaven after so many weeks passed amidst foes. I had much to hear, and it took some time to realize all the changes in the little town since I had left. First and foremost, the town guard were coming splendidly out of their long protracted ordeal. Divided into 3 watches, they passed the night at the different redoubts, behind each of which was a bomb-proof shelter. Those of the second watch were ready to reinforce the men on duty, while the third were only to turn out if summoned by the alarm bell. All the defences had, indeed, been brought to a wonderful pitch of perfection by the CO. First, there was a network of rifle pits, which gave the Boers no peace day or night, and from which on one side or the other an almost incessant sniping went on. These were supplemented by dynamite mines, the fame of which had frightened the Boers more than anything else, all connected with Headquarters Staff Office by electric wires. In addition, there was barbed wire fencing round the larger earthworks, and massive barricades of wagons and sandbags across the principal streets. All this looked very simple once erected and in working order, but it was the outcome of infinite thought and ever-working vigilance. Then there was a complete system of telephones connecting all the redoubts and the hospital with the staff office, thereby saving the lives of galloping orderlies, besides gaining their services as defenders in a garrison so small that each unit was an important factor. Last, but certainly not least, were the bomb-proof shelters which black labour had constructed under clever supervision all over the town, till at that time, in case of heavy shelling, nearly every inhabitant could be out of harm's way. What struck me most forcibly was that in carrying out these achievements, Colonel Baden-Powell had been lucky enough to find instruments, in the way of experienced men, ready to his hand. One officer was proficient in bomb-proofs, the postmaster thoroughly understood telephones, while another official had proved himself an expert in laying mines. The area to be defended had a perimeter of 6 miles, but in view of the smallness of the garrison and the overwhelming number of the Boers, it was fortunate the authorities had been bold and adventurous enough to extend the trenches over this wide space, instead of following the old South African idea of going into laager in the market square, which had been the first suggestion. The town was probably saved by being able to present so wide a target for the Boer artillery, and although we were then, and for the next few weeks, cut off from all communication with the outer world, even by nigger letter carriers, and in spite of bullets rattling and whizzing through the market square and down the side streets, the Boer outposts were gradually being pushed away by our riflemen in their invisible pits. While on this subject, I must mention that a day spent in those trenches was anything but an agreeable one. Parties of 6 men and an officer occupied them daily before dawn, and remained there 18 hours, as any attempt to leave would have meant a hail of bullets from the enemy, distant only about 600 yards. They were dug deep enough to require very little earthwork for protection, hence they were more or less invisible by the enemy in their larger trenches. These latter were constantly subjected to annoyance of bullets coming, apparently from the ground, and, though other foes might have acted differently in like circumstances, the Boers did not care for the job of advancing across the open to dislodge the hidden enemy. In a very few days a new bomb-proof shelter had been constructed for me, and to inaugurate it I gave an underground dinner with 6 guests. This bomb-proof was indeed a triumph in its line, and I must describe it. About 18 by 15 feet and 8 feet high, it was reached by a flight of 12 wooden steps, at the top of which was a door which gave it the privacy of a room. It was lighted, besides, by 3 horizontal apertures, which resembled the very large portholes of a sailing ship, and this illusion was increased by the wooden flaps that could be closed at will. The roof was composed of 2 lots of steel rails placed one above the other, and on these were sheets of corrugated iron and a huge tarpaulin to keep out the rain. Above, again, were 9 feet of solid earth, while rows upon rows of sandbags were piled outside the entrance to guard against splinters and stray bullets. The weighty roof was supported, as an additional precaution, on the inside by 3 stout wooden posts, which, together with the rather dim light, most apparent when descending from the brilliant sunshine outside, gave the bomb-proof the appearance of a ship's cabin. In fact, one of my visitors remarked it much reminded him of the well-known print of the Victory's cockpit when Nelson lay a-dying. The interior panelling was painted white. One wall was entirely covered with an enormous Union Jack, and the other was decorated with native weapons, crowned by a trophy of that very war, namely, the only Mauser carbine then taken from the Boers. To complete the up-to-date nature of this protected dwelling, a telephone was installed, through the medium of which I could in a second communicate with the Staff Headquarters, and have due notice given me of Creechy's movements. In this shelter it was certainly no hardship to spend those hot days, and it was known to be the coolest place in town at that hot season of the year. On Sundays we were able, thanks to the religious proclivities of the Boers, to end our mole existence for 24 hours, and walk and live like Christians. To almost the end of the siege this truce was scrupulously observed on both sides, and from early dawn to late at night the whole population thoroughly enjoyed themselves. The relieved expression on the faces of all could not fail to be apparent to even a casual observer. Pale women and children emerged from their laager, put on their finery, sunned themselves, and did their shopping. The black ladies went in a body to the veldt to collect firewood with all their natural gaiety and light-heartedness, which not even shell fire and numerous casualties amongst themselves seemed seriously to disturb. Those of us who had horses and carriages at our disposal rode and drove anywhere within our lines in perfect safety. The first Sunday I was in Mafeking, I was up and on my pony by 6 a.m., unwilling to lose a moment of the precious day. We rode all round our defences and inspected Kanonkopie, the scene of the most determined attack the Boers had made, the repulse of which, at the beginning of the siege, undoubtedly saved the town. From there we looked through the telescope at Creechy, whose every movement could be watched from this point of vantage, and whose wickedly shining barrel was on the day of rest modestly pointed to the ground. Returning, we rode through the native stadt, quite the most picturesque part of Mafeking, where the trim, thatched, beaver-shaped huts, surrounded by mud walls, enclosing the little gardens, and some really good-sized trees, appeared to have suffered but little damage from the bombardment, in spite of the Boers having specially directed their fire against the inhabitants, the Baralongs, who were old opponents of theirs. These natives were only armed by the authorities, when the invaders specially selected them for their artillery fire and made raids on their cattle. The variety and sizes of these arms were really laughable. Some niggers had old-fashioned Snyders, others elephant guns, and the remainder weapons with enormously long barrels, which looked as if they dated back to Waterloo. To their owners, however, the maker or the epoch of the weapon mattered little. They were proud men, and stalked gravely along the streets with their precious rifles, evidently feeling such a sense of security as they had never experienced before. On the Sunday I alluded to, after our ride we attended morning service, held as usual in the neat little church, which, with the exception of a few gashes in the ceiling rafters, caused by fragments of shell, had up to date escaped serious injury. The Dutch church, on the other hand, curiously enough, was almost demolished by shell fire at the beginning of the siege. We then drove up to the hospital, where Miss Hill, the plucky and youthful-looking matron, received us and showed us round. This girl, for she was little more, had been the life and prop of the place for the past 2 months, during which time the resources of the little hospital had been taxed almost past belief. Where 20 was the usual number of patients, there were actually 64 on the occasion of my first visit. The staff was composed of only a matron and 3 trained nurses. In addition to their anxieties for the patients, who were being so frequently brought in with the most terrible injuries, these nurses underwent considerable risks from the bombardment, which, no doubt from accident, had been all along directed to the vicinity of the hospital and convent, which lay close together. The latter had temporarily been abandoned by the nuns, who were living in an adjacent bomb-proof, and the former had not escaped without having a shell through one of the wards at the very time a serious operation was taking place. By a miraculous dispensation no patient was injured, but a woman who had been previously wounded by a Mauser bullet while in the laager died of fright. The afternoon was taken up by a sort of gymkhana, when a happy holiday crowd assembled to see the tilting at the ring, the lemon-cutting, and the tug-of-war. At this entertainment Colonel Baden-Powell was thoroughly in his element, chatting to everyone and dispensing tea from a travelling wagon. In the evening I dined at Dixon's with our old party, and really the 2 months that had elapsed since I was at the same table had effected but little change in the surroundings and in the fare, which at that early stage of the siege was as plentiful as ever, even the stock of Schweppes soda water appearing inexhaustible. Besides this luxury, we had beautiful fresh tomatoes and young cabbages. The meat had resolved itself into beef, and beef only, but eggs helped out the menu, and the only non-existent delicacy was fresh butter. This commodity existed in tins, but I must confess the sultry weather had anticipated the kitchen, in that it usually appeared in a melted state. The most formidable weapon of the Boers was, naturally, the big siege creosote gun. The very first day I arrived in Mafeking, Creechy discharged a shell that killed a trooper of the Protectorate Regiment, who happened to be standing up in the stables singing a song, whilst 4 or 5 others were seated on the ground. The latter were uninjured, but the dead man was absolutely blown to bits, and one of his legs was found in the roof. A few days after, 2 more shells landed in the market square, one going through the right window of the chemist's shop, the other demolishing the left-hand one. Some of the staff were actually in the shop when the second shell came through the window, and were covered with dust, broken bits of glass, and shattered wood, but all providentially escaped unhurt. Others were not so fortunate, for a nigger in the market square was literally cut in half, and a white man 100 yards away had his leg torn off. Again, in Mr. Wheel's store, a shell burst while the building was full of people, without injuring anyone, but one of the splinters carried an account book from the counter and deposited it in the roof on its outward passage. Indeed, not a day passed but one heard of marvellously narrow escapes. As the heat increased, the shelling grew certainly slacker, and, after an hour or 2 spent in exchanging greetings in the early morning, both besieged and besiegers seemed to slumber during the sultry noonday hours. About 4 they appeared to rouse themselves, and often my telephone would then ring up with the message, "The gun is loaded and pointed at the town." Almost simultaneously a panting little bell, not much louder than a London muffin bell, but heard distinctly all over the town in the clear atmosphere, would give tongue, and luckless folk who were promenading the streets had about 3 seconds to seek shelter, the alarm being sounded as the flash was seen by the lookout. One afternoon they gave us 3 shots in 6 minutes, but of course this rapid firing was much safer for the inhabitants than a stray shot after a long interval, as people remained below ground expecting a repetition of that never-to-be-forgotten crashing explosion, followed by the sickening noise of the splinters tearing through the air, sometimes just over one's head, like the crack of a very long whip manipulated by a master hand. The smallest piece of one of these fragments was sufficient to kill a man, and scarcely anyone wounded with a shell ever seemed to survive, the wounds being nearly always terribly severe, and their poison occasioning gangrene to set in. There were many comic as well as tragic incidents connected with the shells of the big gun. A monkey belonging to the post office, who generally spent the day on the top of a pole to which he was chained, would, on hearing the alarm bell, rapidly descend from his perch, and, in imitation of the human beings whom he saw taking shelter, quickly pop under a large empty biscuit tin. Dogs also played a great part in the siege. One, belonging to the base commandant, was wounded no less than 3 times. A rough Irish terrier accompanied the Protectorate regiment in all its engagements, and a third amused itself by running after the small Maxim shells, barking loudly and trying to retrieve pieces. On the other hand, the Resident Commissioner's dog was a prudent animal, and whenever she heard the alarm bell she would leave even her dinner half eaten and bolt down her master's bomb-proof. On one occasion I remember being amused at seeing a nigger, working on the opposite side of the road, hold up a spade over his head like an umbrella as the missile came flashing by, while a fellow workman crawled under a large tarpaulin that was stretched on the ground. These natives always displayed the most astonishing sang-froid. One day we saw a funny scene on the occasion of a Kaffir wedding, when the bridegroom was most correctly attired in morning dress and an old top hat. Over his frock coat he wore his bandolier, and carried a rifle on his shoulder. The bride, swathed in a long white veil from head to foot, walked by his side, and was followed by 2 young ladies in festive array, while the procession was brought up by more niggers, armed, like the bridegroom, to the teeth. The party solemnly paraded the streets for fully half an hour, in no wise disconcerted by a pretty lively shelling and the ring of the Mausers on the corrugated iron roofs. Quite as disagreeable as Creechy, although less noisy, was the enemy's 1-pound Maxim. A very loud hammering, quickly repeated, and almost simultaneously a whirring in the air, followed by 4 quick explosions, and then we knew this poisonous devil was at work. The shells were little gems in their way, and when they did not burst, which was often the case, were tremendously in request as souvenirs. Not much larger than an ordinary pepper caster, when polished up and varnished they made really charming ornaments, and the natives were quick to learn that they commanded a good price, for after a shower had fallen there was a helter-skelter amongst the black boys for any unexploded specimens. One evening we had a consignment into the road just outside my bomb-proof, attracted by a herd of mules going to water. Immediately the small piccaninny driving these animals scampered off, returning in triumph with one of these prizes, which he brought me still so hot that I could not hold it. It used often to strike me how comic these scenes at Mafeking would have been to any aeronaut hovering over the town of an evening, especially when the shelling had been heavy. Towards sundown the occupants of the various bomb-proofs used to emerge and sit on the steps or the sandbags of their shelters, conversing with their neighbours and discussing the day's damage. All of a sudden the bell would tinkle, and down would go all their heads, just as one had often seen rabbits on a summer evening disappear into their holes at the report of a gun. In a few minutes, when the explosion was over, they would bob up again, to see if any harm had been done by the last missile. Then night would gradually fall on the scene, sometimes made almost as light as day by a glorious African moon, concerning which I shall always maintain that in no other country is that orb of such brightness, size, and splendour. The half hour between sundown and moonrise, or twilight and inky blackness, as the case happened to be, according to the season or the weather, was about the pleasantest time in the whole day. As a rule, it was a peaceful interval as regards shelling. Herds of mules were driven along the dusty streets to be watered. Cattle and goats returned from the veldt, where they had been grazing in close proximity to the town, as far as possible out of sight. Foot passengers, amongst them many women, scurried along the sidewalks, closely skirting the houses. Then, when daylight had completely faded, all took shelter, to wait for the really vicious night gun, which was usually fired between 8 and 9 with varying regularity, as our enemies, no doubt, wished to torment the inhabitants by not allowing them to know when it was safe for them to seek their homes and their beds. There was a general feeling of relief when Creechy had boomed her bloodthirsty good night. Only once during the whole siege was she fired in the small hours of the morning, and that was on Dingaan's Day, December 16, when she terrified the sleeping town by beginning her day's work at 2:30 a.m., followed by a regular bombardment from all the other guns in chorus, to celebrate the anniversary of the great Boer victory over the Zulus many years ago. Frequent, however, were the volleys from the trenches that suddenly broke the tranquillity of the early night, and startling were they in their apparent nearness till one got accustomed to them. At first I thought the enemy must be firing in the streets, so loud were the reports, owing to the atmosphere and the wind setting in a particular direction. The cause of these volleys was more difficult to discover, and, as our men never replied, it seemed somewhat of a waste of ammunition. Their original cause was a sortie early in the siege, when Captain Fitzclarence made a night attack with the bayonet on their trenches. Ever afterwards an animal moving on the veldt, a tree or bush stirred by the wind, an unusual light in the town, was sufficient for volley after volley to be poured at imaginary foes. By 9 o'clock these excitements were usually over, and half an hour afterwards nearly every soul not on duty was asleep, secure in the feeling that for every one who reposed 2 were on watch, while, as regards Colonel Baden-Powell, he was always prowling about, and the natives revived his old Matabele nickname of "the man that walks by night." End of chapter 10.